In the grimy underbelly of urban Japan, where poverty gnaws at the edges of survival and desperation becomes a daily companion, there exists a young man named Denji whose life is defined by hunger, not the metaphorical hunger for purpose or meaning that plagues the comfortable and contemplative, but the raw, physical hunger that claws at empty stomachs and makes the mind go foggy with need. This is where our story begins, in the dirt, in the debt, in a life so stripped of dignity that even basic humanity seems like an impossible luxury. Denji is 16 years old, though the hardships etched into his gaunt frame make him seem both younger and older simultaneously. He has no family, no home, no prospects. What he does have is a staggering debt inherited from his father, a debt so massive that it has become the defining feature of his existence. The Yakuza own this debt, and by extension, they own him. Every day is a calculation of survival, every meal a negotiation with creditors who see him as less than human, merely a resource to be exploited until there's nothing left to extract. But Denji is not entirely alone in his suffering. He has a companion, a friend in the truest sense of the word, a small devil with a chainsaw blade protruding from his head and a tail shaped like a pull cord starter. This is Pochita, the chainsaw devil, though to call him merely a devil seems insufficient. Despite being a creature born from humanity's fear of chainsaws, Pochita possesses a warmth, a loyalty, and an innocence that defies his demonic nature. He is small, orange, and undeniably adorable, in a way that seems almost designed to break your heart. Their relationship is simple and profound. Denji found Pochita wounded and dying, and in an act that defined both their futures, he offered his blood to save the little devil's life. In return, Pochita became Denji's partner, his working companion, and most importantly, his friend. Together, they take on jobs for the Yakuza, hunting devils for meager pay that barely keeps Denji alive. It's a brutal existence, but it's existence nonetheless, and in a life as desperate as Denji's, that counts for something. The work is dangerous. Devils in this world are born from human fears, manifestations of terror given flesh and malice. They range from minor nuisances to apocalyptic threats, and all of them are hostile to humanity to varying degrees. Denji and Pochita hunt the smaller ones, the weaker devils that the Yakuza can profit from. Pochita transforms, his chainsaw head extending into functional weapon form, and together they cut down these creatures. The pay is insulting. Barely enough for bread, never enough for jam to put on that bread. The Yakuza calculate every expense, every medical cost from injuries sustained in devil hunting, and add it all to Denji's ever-growing debt. This is the framework of Denji's existence. Wake up hungry, hunt devils while hungry, get paid barely enough to not starve, remain hungry, and fall asleep dreaming of food. His dreams are not grand. He doesn't fantasize about wealth or power or fame. His aspirations exist at the most basic level of human need. He dreams of eating toast with butter and jam. He dreams of being able to afford to die with some dignity. In one particularly heartbreaking moment of honesty, Denji tells Pochita that his dream is simple. He just wants to be with Pochita, to eat bread with jam, maybe to hug a girl someday. These wishes, so modest they would barely register as desires for most people, represent the absolute summit of Denji's imagination. At night, in whatever shelter they can find, Denji talks to Pochita. He shares his simple dreams, his exhaustion, his hunger. Pochita listens with those large, expressive eyes, occasionally making small sounds that might be agreement or encouragement. There's a purity to their bond that exists outside the transactional cruelty of the rest of Denji's life. Pochita never asks for anything. He simply is, a constant companion in a world that has given Denji nothing but pain and deprivation. When Denji speaks to Pochita, he reveals the inner life of someone who has been systematically dehumanized, someone who has internalized his worthlessness so deeply that he apologizes for having dreams at all. The Yakuza who hold Denji's debt are led by a man whose cruelty is casual and businesslike. To him, Denji is an asset, a tool, barely even human. The debt is a chain that can never be broken through honest work. It's designed that way, structured so that Denji will work himself to death and still die owing money. This is feudalism in modern dress, slavery with legal paperwork, and everyone involved understands this reality, except perhaps Denji himself, who still clings to the faint hope that someday, somehow, he might actually pay off what he owes. Everything changes on what seems like an ordinary job. The Yakuza boss calls Denji to an abandoned warehouse for what's described as a routine devil extermination. The payment, as always, is insultingly small, but Denji has no choice but to accept. He brings Pochita, as he always does, and they enter the warehouse together. The space is vast and empty, shadows pooling in corners, the air thick with the peculiar tension that precedes violence. But this is not a routine job. This is a betrayal. The Yakuza boss reveals himself to have made a contract with the zombie devil, a grotesque creature of writhing flesh and ravenous hunger, in exchange for power and presumably the forgiveness of his own debts or elevation in status. The Yakuza boss has offered Denji as a sacrifice. The logic is simple and monstrous. Denji is worthless, his debt unpayable, his life expendable. Why not trade it for something of actual value? The zombie devil and its horde of zombie servants attack without mercy. Denji is overwhelmed instantly. He's just a malnourished teenager with a chainsaw devil, not a trained fighter or powerful devil hunter. The zombies tear into him with savage efficiency, and in moments that feel both endless and instantaneous, Denji is killed. His body is mutilated, torn apart, and discarded. Pochita, too small and too weak to save his friend, can only watch as the person he loves most is murdered. In those final moments, as consciousness fades and blood pools, Denji's last thoughts are not of revenge or regret. He simply thinks about his dreams. The toast with jam, the simple life he wanted with Pochita. Even in death, his aspirations remain heartbreakingly modest. But Pochita will not accept this ending. The little chainsaw devil, mortally wounded himself, crawls to Denji's corpse. In a moment that rewrites everything, Pochita makes a contract, not the typical devil contract of quid pro quo, of power exchanged for sacrifice, but something that transcends the usual rules. Pochita offers himself completely. He asks only one thing in return: that Denji show him his dreams, that Denji live and experience all the simple joys he talked about in those quiet nights when they shared their hopes with each other. This is not a contract born of ambition or desperation. This is love, pure, selfless love that dissolves the boundary between devil and human, between monster and friend. Pochita merges with Denji, becoming his heart, in a cascade of transformation that is both beautiful and terrifying. Denji resurrects. Chainsaws burst from his arms and his head, roaring to life with mechanical fury. He is no longer simply human, no longer simply devil. He is something new, something unprecedented. He is Chainsaw Man. The transformation is spectacular. Where there was a broken corpse, there is now a figure of raw power. Chainsaws extending from Denji's body are not weapons he holds. They are him, extensions of his being, manifestations of violence incarnate. His head transforms, a chainsaw blade erupting from his skull. His face split into a demonic grin of exposed teeth and a mechanical fury. He is a monster, yes, but he is also Denji, still Denji, now armed with the power to fight back against a world that has taken everything from him. The zombies that killed him moments ago now face something beyond their comprehension. Chainsaw Man moves through them like a force of nature, cutting them down with savage efficiency. There is no technique here, no martial arts or refined combat skill. This is pure, raw violence unleashed. The chainsaws rip through flesh and bone, spraying blood in arcing patterns across the warehouse walls. The zombie devil, previously so confident, realizes too late that it has miscalculated catastrophically. Chainsaw Man, is relentless. Every swing of his chainsaw arms carves through enemies. The mechanical roar of his chainsaws fills the warehouse, a sound somewhere between industrial machinery and predatory growl. He is unstoppable, driven by something beyond conscious thought, moving on pure instinct and the power of Pochita flowing through him. The battle is not elegant or tactical. It is butchery, the kind of overwhelming violence that leaves no room for doubt about who will survive. When the dust settles, when the last zombie falls, and the zombie devil lies in pieces, Denji stands alone, in a warehouse painted red with blood. The chainsaws retract, sinking back into his body, and he returns to human form. Exhausted, confused, but alive. Impossibly, miraculously alive. He reaches to where his heart should be, and feels the pull-cord tail that is unmistakably Pochita's. His friend is with him, inside him, literally keeping him alive. The realization hits with overwhelming emotion. Pochita saved him, gave up everything to give Denji a second chance at life. The little devil who asked for nothing but companionship has sacrificed his individual existence to become one with the human he loved. This is the moment Denji truly begins to understand what he's become. He is alive, but changed fundamentally. He has power now, real power, the kind that can't be taken away by Yakuza or debt collectors. But it came at a cost. Pochita, as a separate being, no longer exists in the way he did before. They are one now, sharing a body, sharing a life. As Denji stands in the aftermath of carnage, trying to process what has happened, a figure appears in the warehouse doorway. She is striking, composed, professional, with an otherworldly beauty that seems out of place in this abattoir. She has long hair, unusual ringed eyes, and carries herself with an authority that immediately commands attention. Her name is Makima, and she is a public safety devil hunter, a government employee tasked with controlling and eliminating devil threats. She should, by all rights, see Chainsaw Man as a threat to be eliminated. Denji is, after all, a human-devil hybrid, exactly the kind of creature that public safety hunts down. He stands before her, covered in blood, having just slaughtered a warehouse full of devils and Yakuza alike, and he has no identification, no authorization, no legal standing whatsoever. But Makima does not attack. Instead, she makes an offer. She tells Denji that he has two choices. The first is death. She will eliminate him here and now as a devil threat. The second is employment. Join public safety, work as a devil hunter, live a life with purpose and, importantly, with regular meals and shelter. To someone who has been systematically starved of even basic dignity, this is not really a choice at all. It is salvation presented in bureaucratic terms. Denji, still processing his transformation and the loss of Pochita as a separate being, barely hesitates. The decision is obvious. He accepts immediately, almost desperately. For the first time in his life, someone is offering him a legitimate way forward, a path that doesn't involve debt and starvation. Makima seems pleased by his acceptance, though her expression remains largely unreadable. There is something about her, a sense of depth beneath the professional exterior, of wheels turning within wheels. She extends a hand to him, and in this gesture, we see the beginning of a relationship that will come to define everything that follows. She is composed where he is desperate, powerful where he is newly empowered, mysterious where he is transparently simple. As she leads him out of the warehouse, Makima explains the basics of his new life. He will live in a government facility, receive training, work alongside other devil hunters, and most importantly, he will be fed properly, regularly, with actual quality food. To Denji, this sounds like paradise. She describes his coming meals, and his imagination runs wild with the possibilities. Real food, every day, without having to kill himself working for it. His joy is almost childlike, and Makima observes this with what might be amusement or calculation. With her, it's difficult to tell. She seems to understand immediately what motivates Denji, what buttons to push to ensure his loyalty. Food, comfort, basic human needs met. These are her tools, and Denji is spectacularly vulnerable to them after 16 years of deprivation. Before they leave, Denji looks back at the warehouse one last time. Somewhere in there, buried in the carnage, is the life he used to live. The desperate, hungry boy bound by debt and impossible odds. That person is gone now. He died when the zombies killed him, and what has been resurrected is something new. Still Denji, yes, still motivated by simple desires, but now armed with the power to actually pursue those desires, to fight for a life that includes joy instead of merely survival. The pull cord at his chest reminds him that Pochita is still with him. They made a contract. Show Pochita his dreams. Live the life they talked about in those quiet moments of shared hope. Denji made a promise, and now, with Makima offering him a path forward, he might actually be able to keep it. As they walk away from the warehouse, Denji can't help but feel a strange mixture of grief and hope. He has lost so much. His independence as a separate being from Pochita. His previous life, as terrible as it was familiar, and in some ways, his humanity. But he has gained something too: power, purpose, and maybe, just maybe, a chance at those simple dreams that once seemed impossibly distant. Makima walks slightly ahead, leading him toward his new life. She represents order, authority, control, everything that was absent from Denji's previous existence. In her, he sees salvation, but we as observers might see something more complex. She is too controlled, too perfect, too immediately interested in someone who should be just another devil threat to eliminate. There is something about the way she looks at him, something in the precise way she has structured her offer, that suggests layers of intention beyond simple recruitment. But Denji, bless him, sees none of this. He sees someone beautiful who is offering him food, and a place to sleep. He sees escape from the nightmare his life has been. He sees possibility. This is how the story of Chainsaw Man truly begins. Not with a hero's journey or a chosen one's awakening, but with a desperate, starving boy who just wanted to eat toast with jam, who loved his devil friend with pure simplicity, and who died and was resurrected into a world that will never again be simple or easy, but might, possibly, include moments of the joy he has been denied for so long. The introduction arc establishes the fundamental, emotional, and thematic groundwork for everything that follows. It shows us a world where poverty and desperation create vulnerability, where devils are real and terrifying, and where the lines between human and monster are more permeable than we might expect. It introduces us to Denji's core trait, his devastating, beautiful simplicity of desire, and shows us how that simplicity will be both his greatest strength and his most exploitable weakness. Most importantly, it establishes the central relationship that drives everything, the bond between Denji and Pochita. This is not a contract of convenience or power-seeking. It is love, pure and unconditional, between a boy who had nothing and a devil who asked for nothing except companionship. When Pochita gives himself completely to save Denji, he is not making a strategic calculation. He is performing an act of selfless love, the kind that asks only that his friend be happy, that his friend live to see those simple dreams come true. And now, with Makima entering the picture, we have the triangle that will define the narrative going forward. Denji, who wants simple things. Pochita, who exists within Denji and loves him unconditionally. And Makima, who wants something from Denji that he does not yet understand, something that may be far more complex and dangerous than he can possibly comprehend in his current state. The warehouse is left behind, filled with the bodies of those who saw Denji as expendable. But Denji survived, transformed, and empowered. The Yakuza who owned his debt are dead. The zombies who killed him are destroyed. The zombie devil that was promised his body lies in pieces. From absolute defeat has come absolute victory, and Denji walks toward his new life with hope in his heart and Pochita beating steadily in his chest. This is the beginning of Chainsaw Man, a story about hunger, both literal and metaphorical, about the search for simple happiness in a world of complex horrors, and about the price we pay for power and the even steeper price we pay for connection. Denji has been given a second chance at life, but in a world of devils and devil hunters, second chances always come with strings attached, and the most dangerous devils are often the ones who smile and offer you exactly what you want most. The story has begun. Chainsaw Man has been born, and nothing will ever be simple again. The transition from a life of absolute deprivation to one of government employment is jarring in ways both wonderful and disorienting. For Denji, who spent 16 years measuring success by whether he could afford bread, the simple act of eating a proper meal becomes an almost transcendent experience. He is given a room, an actual room with a bed and walls and a door that locks from the inside. He is given food, real food, not scraps or minimal sustenance, but proper meals prepared with care and served in quantities that satisfy rather than merely sustain. For someone whose entire existence was defined by hunger, this is nothing short of miraculous. But employment with public safety is not charity. It comes with expectations, responsibilities, and most importantly, with danger that makes his previous devil hunting work for the Yakuza seem like a child's game by comparison. Denji is assigned to work under Makima, the mysterious woman who recruited him from the warehouse of his rebirth. She introduces him to his partner and supervisor, Aki Hayakawa, a young man who embodies everything Denji is not. Aki is serious, professional, and driven by something deeper than simple survival. Where Denji's motivations are transparently simple: food, comfort, maybe touching some boobs someday, Aki operates from a place of profound pain and purpose. He is a devil hunter because devils killed his family, destroyed everything he loved, and left him with nothing but the burning need for revenge against the gun devil, the most powerful and destructive devil in existence. His life is structured around this singular goal, and everything else, including his own survival, is secondary to eventually confronting the creature that shattered his world. The contrast between Denji and Aki is immediate and stark. Aki looks at Denji and sees someone fundamentally unserious, someone who treats devil hunting as a job rather than a mission, someone who admits openly that he's only here for the meals and the promise of a better life. This is offensive to Aki on a deeply personal level. Devil hunting to him is not employment. It is purpose, sacrifice, duty. To see someone approach it with Denji's casual pragmatism feels like an insult to everyone who has died fighting devils, to everyone who takes this work seriously. Their first meeting is tense. Aki assesses Denji with barely concealed disdain. He sees a crude, uneducated kid with no refinement, no deeper motivation, no real commitment to the work. Denji, for his part, doesn't particularly care what Aki thinks of him. He's been looked down on his entire life, by Yakuza, by society, by everyone who saw him as disposable. One more person's disapproval barely registers. Besides, he has food now and a place to sleep. That alone makes this arrangement worth tolerating some uptight guy's judgment. Makima, observing this dynamic, seems unbothered by the friction. If anything, she appears to have anticipated it, perhaps even engineered it deliberately. There is something about the way she orchestrates interactions, the way she places people together, that suggests a chess player moving pieces into position. She assigns them to work together despite their obvious incompatibility, or perhaps because of it. Her motivations, as always, remain opaque behind her controlled exterior and enigmatic smile. Aki decides to test Denji, to see if this crude newcomer has what it takes to survive in public safety. He takes Denji to meet his own contracted devil, the Fox Devil. Devil contracts are a fundamental tool for devil hunters who lack natural devil powers. By offering something valuable to a devil, blood, flesh, body parts, or more abstract concepts, a hunter can use that devil's power in combat. It's a transaction, a carefully negotiated exchange where both parties gain something and risk losing something. Aki's contract with the Fox Devil is straightforward. He offers a portion of his body for the Fox Devil to consume, and in exchange, the massive head of the Fox Devil manifests to devour his targets. It's an effective, if grotesque, technique that has served Aki well throughout his career. The Fox Devil appears as an enormous fox head materializing from thin air, its mouth large enough to swallow buildings, its teeth capable of crushing virtually anything. Aki demonstrates this power with casual efficiency, showing Denji what professional devil hunting looks like when performed by someone who takes the work seriously. Then he offers to arrange a contract for Denji with the Fox Devil, This is, on the surface, a generous gesture, giving a newcomer access to a powerful devil contract, but it's also a test, a way to see how Denji operates when offered the same tools that real devil hunters use. They perform the ritual, the formal request for the fox devil's power, and Denji reaches out to make contact. The fox devil rejects him immediately and completely. The massive fox head appears just long enough to look at Denji with what can only be described as disgust, tells him he's too tasteless and unattractive to be worth contracting with, and vanishes without even the courtesy of a full rejection speech. It is a humiliating dismissal, the kind that suggests Denji is so fundamentally unpalatable that even a devil, a creature born from human fear, wants nothing to do with him. Aki barely conceals his satisfaction at this outcome. It confirms everything he suspected about Denji, that he's crude, worthless, someone who doesn't belong in the world of serious devil hunting. If even devils reject him, what business does he have working for public safety? The derision in Aki's eyes is clear. Denji is a mistake, someone who slipped through the cracks due to Makima's inexplicable interest, but who will inevitably fail when faced with real work. Denji, characteristically, processes this rejection with his unique blend of obliviousness and practical assessment. He's disappointed, but not devastated. After all, he has his chainsaw powers. Why does he need some snooty fox devil anyway? He's already died once, and come back as something more powerful. Some devil's opinion of his attractiveness hardly seems like a significant problem in comparison, but the real test is yet to come. Theoretical rejection is one thing. Actual combat against real devils is quite another. Their first mission together arrives quickly. Reports of devil activity in a residential area. A young girl has been taken, grabbed by a devil, and carried off into the urban landscape. Time is critical. The longer a devil has a human captive, the less likely that human is to survive. This is the reality of devil hunting. You're not just fighting monsters. You're racing against a clock that measures human life in minutes and seconds. The devil in question is the leech devil, a grotesque creature whose body is composed of writhing, segmented flesh, reminiscent of massive leeches, fused into a vaguely humanoid form. It has taken a girl named Meoi, a name that will become significant, and it's holed up somewhere in the area, likely feeding or preparing to feed. Aki and Denji split up to cover more ground, searching through streets and alleys, checking potential hiding spots. Denji finds the leech devil first. It's in an alley, its mass of writhing flesh pulsating with alien life, and it holds the girl in its appendages, not dead yet, but terrified and running out of time. This is Denji's moment to prove himself, to show that he can operate as a real devil hunter, despite lacking the contracts and training of someone like Aki. He pulls the starter cord at his chest, Pochita's tail, the mechanism that activates his transformation. The sensation is familiar now, but still intense. Chainsaws erupting from his arms and head, his body restructuring itself into the combat form of Chainsaw Man. The transformation is loud, mechanical, a sound like industrial machinery coming to violent life. The chainsaws roar, ready to cut through anything in their path. The fight against the leech devil is brutal and direct. Denji has no technique, no refined combat strategy. He is pure aggression channeled through chainsaw blades, a whirlwind of cutting violence. The leech devil tries to fight back, its body segmenting and reforming, trying to use its mass to overwhelm him. But Denji is relentless, cutting through flesh, severing appendages, pushing forward with the kind of determination that comes from someone who has already died once and has nothing left to fear. He rescues the girl, cutting her free from the leech devil's grip and pushing her to safety. She runs, terrified but alive, and Denji continues his assault on the devil. The fight is messy, covering the alley in devil blood and chunks of severed leech flesh. It's not elegant, but it's effective. The leech devil falls, its body carved into pieces too small to regenerate, and Denji stands victorious in the aftermath. The girl, Mioi, is grateful, but traumatized. She's just experienced something that will likely haunt her for years, pulled into the world of devils and devil hunters in the most violent way possible. Denji, lacking any training in victim care or psychological support, handles the situation with his characteristic bluntness. He saved her life, and that's what matters. The emotional aftermath isn't really his department. When Aki arrives, expecting to find Denji overwhelmed or injured or worse, he instead finds the leech devil dead, and Denji standing guard over the rescued civilian. It's not the outcome Aki anticipated. He expected failure, expected to have to save Denji from his own incompetence. Instead, he finds competence of a sort, crude, violent, lacking finesse, but ultimately effective. Denji completed the mission. The civilian is alive. The devil is dead. By the metrics that actually matter in devil hunting, Denji succeeded. This creates cognitive dissonance for Aki. He wants to dismiss Denji as worthless, but the evidence contradicts this assessment. Denji is crude, and his motivations are shallow, and he has no technique or training, but he can fight. More than that, he can win. The chainsaw powers that make him what he is provide raw combat capability that compensates for his lack of refinement. He's not a good devil hunter by Aki's standards, but he might be an effective one by public safety standards, which are ultimately more pragmatic. The successful mission, however, does nothing to improve their relationship. If anything, it makes things more complicated. Aki can't dismiss Denji as simply incompetent anymore, which means he has to recategorize him as something else, perhaps as a dangerous amateur, someone whose power makes him useful, but whose lack of seriousness makes him a liability. Denji, meanwhile, is just pleased that he successfully completed a mission and will presumably continue receiving regular meals. But the Leech Devil incident is merely prelude. The real test of this arc comes with a far more dangerous threat. The Bat Devil. Reports come in of a massive devil terrorizing a section of the city. Witnesses describe something enormous, something with wings, something that moves through the air with terrifying speed. Public safety mobilizes, and Aki and Denji are dispatched to investigate and engage. As they approach the area, the scale of the threat becomes apparent. This isn't a minor devil like the Leech Devil. This is something categorically more dangerous. The Bat Devil is immense. Its body is grotesque, even by devil standards. A massive torso with wings that span city blocks, a face that combines bat features with nightmarish human qualities, and most disturbingly, a mouth large enough to swallow humans whole. It towers over buildings, a flying monster that makes the urban landscape seem small and fragile. Worse, it has already begun feeding. It holds a human in its claws, preparing to consume them, and Denji and Aki arrive just in time to witness this horror. The human it holds is power, though Denji doesn't know this yet. All he sees is someone in immediate mortal danger, about to be eaten by a devil the size of a building. This is different from the leech devil. This is different from anything he's fought before. The Bat Devil isn't just strong. It's massive, aerial, and mobile in ways that make it extraordinarily difficult to engage. Aki immediately begins coordinating a response, trying to position for a clear shot with the Fox Devil, trying to formulate a strategy that might actually work against something this size. But strategies take time, and the human in the Bat Devil's grasp doesn't have time. The Bat Devil opens its mouth, preparing to feed, and Denji makes a decision that defines his approach to devil hunting. He doesn't wait for the perfect plan. He doesn't coordinate or prepare or position. He simply acts. He transforms mid-run, chainsaws erupting from his body as he sprints toward the Bat Devil. The creature is dozens of feet in the air, but Denji finds purchase on buildings, leaping from walls and windows, climbing toward his target with the kind of reckless momentum that substitutes for actual strategy. The chainsaws on his arms give him grip, allow him to tear handholds into concrete and steel as he ascends. It's insane, tactically nonsensical, the kind of approach that should result in immediate death. But it works. Denji reaches the Bat Devil and begins cutting. The chainsaws tear into devil flesh, carving through the massive body with mechanical efficiency. The Bat Devil roars, a sound that shakes windows and triggers car alarms across the city block. It tries to swat Denji away, to grab him, to use its size advantage, to crush this small irritant. But Denji is too fast, too committed, too willing to risk everything to keep cutting. The fight moves three-dimensionally through the urban space. The Bat Devil takes flight, carrying Denji with it as he refuses to let go. They crash through buildings, smash through windows, their battle leaving a trail of destruction across the cityscape. Denji cuts. The Bat Devil bleeds, and the conflict escalates to a level of violence that draws the attention of everyone in the vicinity. This is not a discrete devil elimination. This is a kaiju battle playing out in broad daylight. During the chaos, Power, the human the Bat Devil was preparing to eat, falls. Denji somehow, while still fighting a building-sized devil in midair, manages to catch her, or more accurately, to position himself so that her fall is broken by something other than pavement. It's not graceful, but survival rarely is. She lives, and Denji continues his assault on the Bat Devil without pausing to check if she's okay. The Bat Devil, wounded and bleeding from dozens of chainsaw cuts, realizes that Denji is actually a threat. This small human-devil hybrid is tearing it apart, piece by piece, and if this continues, it will actually die. The devil's response is to escalate. It opens its mouth impossibly wide and attempts to swallow Denji whole, to remove this threat by simply consuming it. For a moment, it succeeds. Denji is swallowed, disappearing into the Bat Devil's mouth and down its throat. From the ground, Aki watches in horror. He just saw Denji eaten alive. No matter their differences, no matter his disdain for Denji's lack of seriousness, Aki is witnessing the death of someone under his supervision. The guilt is immediate and crushing. He brought Denji here. He failed to protect. A rookie devil hunter. And now someone is dead because of decisions Aki made. The Bat Devil seems pleased. The irritant has been removed, consumed, no longer a problem. It begins to celebrate its victory, perhaps preparing to flee the area before more devil hunters arrive, and then its stomach explodes. Denji cuts his way out from the inside, chainsaws tear through devil flesh from within, ripping the bat devil open from the inside out. Denji emerges covered in blood and gore, still transformed, still fighting, absolutely refusing to die. He has been swallowed, digested, and he responded by simply cutting his way free. The bat devil's attempt to consume him has backfired catastrophically. Now it's wounded both externally and internally, its body compromised in ways that make recovery impossible. Denji doesn't stop. With the bat devil weakened and bleeding from massive internal damage, he presses the attack. The chainsaws find vital areas cut through critical structures, and the massive devil begins to fall. It crashes into a building, then slides to the street, its enormous body too damaged to maintain flight. Denji rides it down, still cutting, still fighting, until the bat devil stops moving altogether. When the dust settles, when the chainsaw sounds finally cut off, Denji stands victorious on the corpse of a devil that should have killed him easily. He is covered head to toe in blood, his own and the bat devil's mixed together. He is exhausted in a way that goes beyond physical tiredness, the kind of exhaustion that comes from pushing a body past its reasonable limits. But he is alive, impossibly alive, having survived being eaten by a devil the size of a building. Aki approaches the scene in something like shock. He has been a devil hunter for years, has seen skilled fighters work, has witnessed professional tactics and coordinated team efforts. What he just watched was none of those things. Denji's approach was reckless, tactically questionable, and absolutely should not have worked. But it did work. The devil is dead, the civilian is saved, and Denji is somehow still alive despite being swallowed whole. This forces Aki to reconsider everything he thought he understood about Denji. The crude kid, with no training and shallow motivations, just killed a major devil through sheer determination and an apparent immunity to the concept of self-preservation. This is not the kind of devil hunting Aki was taught, not the methodical, calculated approach he was trained in. This is something else entirely, something primal and violent and undeniably effective. Power, the woman Denji saved, reveals herself to be not entirely what she seemed. She's actually a fiend, a devil that has taken over a human corpse, a creature that occupies the space between devil and human. Specifically, she's the blood fiend, and she had her own reasons for being targeted by the bat devil. Her appearance complicates things further, adding another non-human entity to the mix, another creature whose motivations and trustworthiness are questionable. But for Denji, the implications are simpler. He fought a devil, he won, and he saved someone's life. Mission accomplished. The complexity of devil politics, the nuances of fiend behavior, the strategic considerations of public safety operations, all of that is background noise to the fundamental satisfaction of having done his job successfully. He's proven himself, at least to himself, and that's enough for now. When they return to headquarters, Makima is pleased. The Bat Devil is dead, a significant threat has been eliminated, and Denji has proven himself capable in actual combat conditions. She offers praise that seems genuine, but with Makima, it's always difficult to tell where sincerity ends and manipulation begins. She is pleased with Denji's performance, yes, but one gets the sense that she expected this outcome, that she has been testing him, and he has performed according to her predictions. For Denji, Makima's approval is intoxicating. She is beautiful, powerful, and kind to him in ways he has never experienced. Her praise feels better than the victory itself, better than surviving impossible odds. He is developing feelings for her, or perhaps more accurately, he is becoming attached to the first person who has ever treated him like he has value beyond his utility as a tool. It's a dangerous attachment, one that Makima seems aware of and potentially encouraging, though her reasons remain unclear. Aki, witnessing Denji's success and Makima's approval, finds himself in an uncomfortable position. He can no longer dismiss Denji as worthless or incompetent. The evidence contradicts that assessment too thoroughly, but accepting Denji as a legitimate devil hunter means accepting someone whose approach to the work is antithetical to everything Aki believes about professionalism and purpose. It's a philosophical conflict that won't be easily resolved. The Bat Devil arc establishes several crucial elements. First, it demonstrates that Denji's power is not just functional, but potentially superior to traditional devil hunting methods in certain situations. His ability to regenerate, to transform, to literally cut his way out of situations that would kill any normal devil hunter. These are capabilities that make him exceptionally dangerous and exceptionally valuable. Second, it shows the fundamental difference in approach between Denji and traditional devil hunters like Aki. Aki fights with purpose, with training, with the weight of his dead family driving every action. Denji fights because it's his job, and he wants to keep eating regularly. Neither approach is inherently superior, but they represent entirely different philosophies about what devil hunting means and why it matters. Third, it introduces the complexity of fiends-like power into the narrative, expanding the world beyond simple human versus devil conflicts. Fiends occupy a gray area, devils in human bodies, creatures that are hostile by nature, but can potentially be controlled or cooperated with. They're another tool in public safety's arsenal, but they're also another risk factor, another variable that makes every situation less predictable. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, it continues to develop the dynamic between Denji and Makima. Every successful mission, every demonstration of his power, seems to please her in ways that suggest her interest goes beyond simple managerial satisfaction. She is investing in him, grooming him for something, though what that something might be remains hidden behind her controlled demeanor and enigmatic smile. Denji has proven himself now. He is not just a novelty or a mistake or someone who stumbled into public safety through weird circumstances. He is a devil hunter who can complete missions, who can take down threats that would challenge even experienced professionals, who can survive situations that should absolutely kill him. He has earned his place, at least operationally. But earning his place in combat is different from earning acceptance from his peers. Aki still views him with suspicion and barely concealed disdain. The organization at large doesn't quite know what to make of someone who approaches devil hunting with Denji's mix of crude directness and supernatural capability. And Makima continues to watch everything with those inscrutable eyes, pleased with how her pieces are moving across the board, satisfied with developments that align with plans only she fully understands. The Bat Devil is dead, Denji is proven, and the world of ChainSaw Man continues to expand in complexity. Simple beginnings have given way to complicated realities, and Denji, who still just wants to eat good food and maybe touch some boobs someday, is being drawn deeper into a world of devils and hunters and schemes that operate on levels he doesn't yet comprehend. But for now, in this moment, he has won. He fought a devil the size of a building, got eaten alive, and cut his way free. He saved a life and earned Makima's praise. For someone who spent 16 years with nothing, this counts as an unambiguous victory. The complications will come later. For now, there is success and survival, and the promise of more good meals to come. The Bat Devil arc is complete. The pieces are in position, and the story continues forward, pulling Denji deeper into a world where victories are never simple, and every success plants the seeds of future complications. The life of a public safety devil hunter is not one of constant monster battles and dramatic confrontations. Much of it consists of the mundane work of bureaucracy, paperwork, training exercises, and the careful management of resources and personnel. Denji is learning this reality firsthand as he settles into his new role. The excitement of fighting the Bat Devil gives way to the routine of actually being employed, which includes meetings, briefings, and the necessity of working alongside other devil hunters in coordinated operations. It is in this context that Denji is properly introduced to the broader world of public safety's operations, and more specifically, to the concept of working in a team. Devil hunting at the professional level is not meant to be a solo endeavor. Public safety organizes its hunters into squads, units that combine different skill sets, devil contracts, and combat capabilities to handle threats more efficiently than any individual could manage alone. Denji is assigned to Special Division 4, Makima's personal unit, which includes both human devil hunters and fiends who have been conscripted into service. This is where Denji meets Power officially, in a context beyond their brief interaction during the Bat Devil incident. Power is the Blood Fiend, a devil who has possessed a human corpse and now operates with a bizarre mix of devil instincts and quasi-human reasoning. She is loud, brash, self-centered, and utterly convinced of her own superiority despite regular evidence to the contrary. She has pinkish hair, horns protruding from her head, and a personality that can best be described as aggressively confident in the face of her own incompetence. Power claims to be noble, practically royalty in her own estimation, and treats most activities with theatrical grandeur that would be endearing if it weren't so consistently counterproductive. She lies constantly, makes promises she has no intention of keeping, and views humans with the kind of condescension that comes from being a predator that has decided to temporarily tolerate its prey. She is, by any reasonable standard, a terrible teammate and an even worse person. Denji finds her immediately annoying. The feeling is mutual. Power sees Denji as beneath her, a crude human with devil powers that don't change his fundamental status as something she could have eaten in her prime. Their relationship begins with mutual antagonism, both of them irritated by the other's mere existence, both forced to cooperate by Makima's organizational decisions. It is not a promising foundation for teamwork, but they are not alone in their squad. There is also Aki, of course, still professional and still maintaining his distance from both Denji and Power, viewing them both as problems to be managed, rather than partners to be trusted. And then there are others, Kobeni Higashiyama and Hirokazu Arai, two newer devil hunters who represent something different from the experienced professionals and devil-powered anomalies. Kobeni is nervous in a way that goes beyond normal caution. She is scared, fundamentally scared, of devils and devil hunting in the entire situation she has found herself in. She didn't choose this career out of passion or revenge, or even pragmatic calculation. She's here because her family forced her into it, seeing public safety employment as a way to generate income for the household. The choice presented to her was devil hunter or sex worker, and she chose the option that seemed less immediately violating, not realizing that it would place her in situations of mortal terror on a regular basis. She is skilled enough. She passed the training. She knows the procedures, but she operates from a place of constant anxiety that makes her jumpy, hesitant, and prone to panic. In another context, she might be sympathetic. In the world of devil hunting, where hesitation can mean death, she is a liability. She knows this about herself, which only amplifies her anxiety, creating a feedback loop of fear that makes her progressively less effective. Arai, by contrast, is more stereotypically competent. He's professional, reasonably skilled, and approaches devil hunting with a kind of serious dedication that Aki respects. He's not exceptional, but he's solid. The kind of devil hunter who forms the backbone of public safety's operations, doing the unglamorous work of keeping devil threats under control without necessarily standing out or achieving legendary status. He seems to be the most normal member of Division 4, which in this group of misfits and monsters makes him seem almost out of place. Their first mission together as a complete squad is supposed to be routine. A devil has been reported in a hotel, and Division 4 is dispatched to handle it. This is standard procedure. Investigate the location, identify the devil, eliminate the threat, secure the area. They've done countless missions like this before, or at least the experienced members have. It should be straightforward. The hotel is old, one of those buildings that carries the weight of decades in its architecture and atmosphere. It's not quite abandoned, but certainly not thriving. The kind of place that exists in urban liminal space. Functional but forgotten. The reports suggest the devil is somewhere inside, possibly on one of the upper floors. The squad enters through the lobby, weapons ready, senses alert for any sign of devil presence. The atmosphere inside is immediately wrong, not in an obvious, dramatic way, but in the subtle manner that makes the hindbrain start sending alarm signals before the conscious mind can articulate what's wrong. The lighting is slightly off. The air feels still in a way that suggests absence rather than calm. The building seems to be waiting for something. They begin their search, moving through floors methodically, checking rooms and hallways according to standard protocol. Aki leads, his experience and competence making him the de facto field commander, despite everyone being nominally equal in rank. Power complains constantly about the tedium, about having to walk so much, about how this is beneath someone of her stature. Denji mostly tunes her out, focusing on the task at hand with his characteristic directness. Kobeni is nervous, checking corners obsessively, her anxiety ramping up with each empty room they clear. Arai maintains professional focus, doing the work without complaint. They reach the 8th floor and make their way down a hallway, checking rooms one by one. The devil should be here somewhere. The reports were specific about the location, but room after room is empty, showing no signs of devil activity or even recent human occupation. It's beginning to feel like a false alarm, a waste of resources and time. And then they try to leave. The stairwell they came up through should be right there, just a short walk back down the hallway. But when they reach where the stairs should be, they find only more hallway. The layout doesn't make sense anymore. The corridor extends in directions that shouldn't exist given the building's structure. They turn back, trying to retrace their steps, but the geometry refuses to cooperate. Hallways lead to other hallways. Rooms open onto more rooms. And the exit, the simple, mundane stairwell they entered through, is nowhere to be found. This is when they realize they're not just in a hotel with a devil, they're inside a devil. The entire building, or at least their section of it, has become part of a devil's body. The walls, the floors, the ceilings, all of it is devil flesh, disguised as architecture. They are trapped inside a living creature, and it has no intention of letting them leave. The Eternity Devil has caught them in its domain, and the hunt has reversed. They are no longer the hunters, but the prey. The realization hits different members of the squad differently. Aki immediately shifts into tactical mode, assessing their resources and options. Power blusters about how this is merely a minor inconvenience for someone of her power. Denji is more confused than scared. He's already died once, so the existential threat of being trapped doesn't hit him the same way it might hit others. Kobeni begins to panic in earnest. Her worst fears suddenly validated. Arai tries to maintain calm, to suggest they approach this methodically. They search for exits, for weak points, for any way to escape the devil's internal architecture. But the Eternity Devil lives up to its name. The space it creates seems endless, recursive, a maze where every path leads back to variations of the same hallway. Time begins to lose meaning. Hours pass, or maybe minutes that feel like hours. The lighting never changes. The environment remains constant, and the growing realization that they might be trapped here indefinitely begins to set in. The Eternity Devil's behavior suggests a strategy of patience. Rather than attacking them directly, it appears content to wait, allowing time and resource depletion to weaken them. The psychological toll of entrapment, the growing desperation as supplies dwindle. These factors work in the devil's favor without requiring direct confrontation. Based on its actions, one could infer the devil operates on the principle that eventually, trapped prey will weaken sufficiently to be consumed at leisure. The squad tries to maintain some semblance of organization, rationing their limited supplies, taking shifts to rest while others keep watch. But the psychological toll of the entrapment begins to show quickly. Power's bravado starts to crack, revealing genuine fear beneath the bluster. Kobeni's anxiety escalates to near hysteria, her hands shaking whenever she tries to hold a weapon. Arai remains functional but increasingly tense. Aki, drawing on reserves of discipline built from years of devil hunting, maintains outward calm while internally calculating increasingly desperate options. Denji adapts to the situation with his characteristic simplicity. They're stuck. Okay, that's bad. But they have some food. They have each other for company, annoying as that company might be, and stressing about it won't help. He approaches eternal entrapment the way he approached poverty, by accepting the reality and finding small things to focus on that make the situation bearable. It's not optimism exactly, more like a deeply ingrained survival mechanism developed from a lifetime of powerlessness. As time passes, though they can't be sure how much time in this timeless space, tensions escalate within the group. Fear and frustration find outlets in interpersonal conflict. Power blames everyone else for their predicament. Kobeni becomes increasingly unstable, her panic attacks making her unreliable at best and dangerous at worst. Aki tries to maintain order, but his authority is being eroded by the fundamental futility of their situation. Then, the Eternity Devil makes contact. Its voice emerges from the walls themselves, resonating through the structure of the building body that contains them. It speaks, and its words carry an offer. The Eternity Devil wants Chainsaw Man. Specifically, it wants Denji dead. If the squad will kill Denji and feed him to the Eternity Devil, the rest of them will be released unharmed. The devil doesn't explain why it wants Chainsaw Man specifically. That information remains mysterious. But the offer is clear and simple. Trade one life for everyone else's freedom. The ethical calculus of this proposition is immediately apparent and immediately divisive. From a purely utilitarian perspective, sacrificing one person to save four makes mathematical sense. Denji is arguably the most expendable. He's new, he's crude, and he has no family or deep connections within the organization. Power is a fiend, and thus already morally compromised. Aki has been a skilled devil hunter for years, and presumably has value to public safety. Arai and Kobeni are newer, but still trained professionals. In a cold assessment of value and utility, Denji's life weighs the least. But moral philosophy and survival instinct don't always align neatly. The proposal to murder a teammate to secure your own survival is not one that everyone can accept, even when fear is eating away at rationality. The squad fractures along predictable lines. Aki refuses immediately and absolutely. He doesn't even need to think about it. Killing a teammate is not an option, period, regardless of the consequences. This is not negotiable. He will find another way out, or they will all die together. But they will not murder Denji to save themselves. His conviction comes from principle, from the code that makes him a professional devil hunter, rather than just someone who kills devils. There are lines that cannot be crossed, and this is one of them. Arai, after some internal struggle, agrees with Aki. He's scared, desperate for escape, but he still has enough ethical framework intact to recognize that killing a colleague is not something he can live with, even if it means not living much longer at all. The guilt would be worse than the death. He sides with Aki, committing to finding another solution or accepting their shared fate. Power vacillates, her devil instincts warring with the quasi-human social bonds she's developed despite herself. Devils don't have the same moral frameworks as humans. Survival and self-interest are primary. Loyalty is conditional, and sacrifice is something that happens to others. But power has been working with these humans, has been part of this squad, and somewhere in her devil brain, rudimentary concepts of camaraderie have taken root. She doesn't immediately advocate for killing Denji, but she doesn't firmly oppose it either, leaving her position ambiguous and therefore useless for coalition building. Kobeni, however, breaks under the accumulated stress, the sustained fear, the days of entrapment, the grinding psychological pressure. These factors push her past what appears to be her breaking point. From her actions, it becomes clear she's no longer capable of the rational threat assessment that devil hunters rely on for survival. The opportunity to escape through Denji's sacrifice looks to someone in her psychological state like the only path to survival. Her subsequent attack on Denji suggests someone operating on panic rather than malice, driven by terror rather than calculation. She pulls a knife, standard issue for devil hunters, and attacks. What follows is chaos in an enclosed space. Kobeni, operating on panic rather than skill, is nevertheless a trained devil hunter with a weapon and the element of surprise. She goes for Denji with genuine intent to kill, and for a moment, the entire situation threatens to collapse into violent tragedy. Arai tries to restrain her, to knock her down, to physically prevent the murder. Aki moves to intercept, to protect Denji, while also trying not to seriously harm Kobeni. Power shouts conflicting advice and accusations, and Denji, the target of this assault, finds himself in the surreal position of being attacked by his own teammate. The fight is desperate and messy. Kobeni is not thinking tactically, just stabbing in Denji's general direction with escalating hysteria. The knife finds flesh, Denji's arm, his shoulder, minor wounds that would be more serious if he were fully human. He bleeds, but he doesn't transform, doesn't activate his chainsaw powers to defend himself. There's something in him that recognizes that fighting back against Kobeni would only make things worse, would validate her panic, would turn this from a tragic breakdown into an actual lethal conflict. Aki and Arai manage to disarm Kobeni, wrestling the knife away and restraining her while she screams and sobs. It takes both of them to hold her. And even then, she fights with the strength of absolute panic. Eventually, exhaustion takes over where reason cannot, and she collapses into terrified weeping, the adrenaline crash hitting her like a physical blow. In the aftermath, the squad is shattered. Trust, already strained by their imprisonment, has been broken. Kobeni tried to murder Denji. Denji is wounded and understandably wary. Aki is furious at Kobeni for the betrayal, at the Eternity Devil for engineering this situation, at himself for not preventing this breakdown earlier. Arai is shaken, having just physically fought a teammate to prevent a murder. Power has retreated into sullen silence, perhaps disturbed by how close they came to actually going through with the devil's offer. The Eternity Devil, watching all of this, seems satisfied. It doesn't matter whether they actually kill Denji or not. The torment, the fear, the dissolution of human bonds under pressure, all of this feeds devils born from human fear. The Eternity Devil is patient. It has time. They don't. Eventually, desperation will win, but Denji, sitting against a wall and watching blood seep from his wounds, has a realization. The Eternity Devil wants him dead, wants him specifically enough to offer freedom to everyone else in exchange for his death. This suggests something important. The Eternity Devil is afraid of him, not of the squad as a whole, not of Aki's Fox Devil contract, or Power's blood manipulation, of Denji specifically, of Chainsaw Man. The offer isn't generosity or strategy. It's fear disguised as negotiation. If the devil is afraid of him, that means he has power over it. And if he has power over it, then maybe they're not as trapped as they think. Denji makes a decision that is characteristically direct and completely insane. If the Eternity Devil wants him dead, he'll give it what it wants. Sort of. He pulls the starter cord at his chest, transforming into Chainsaw Man, and then does something unexpected. Instead of looking for an exit or trying to fight the devil's spatial manipulation, he just starts attacking the building itself, the walls, The floors, the ceiling, all of it is devil flesh, and all of it can be cut. The chainsaws roar to life, and Denji begins tearing into the structure around them. He cuts without strategy, without plan, just pure destructive force applied to everything in the reach. If they're inside the devil, he'll cut his way out. If the devil doesn't want to be cut, it can release them. Simple logic from a simple mind applied with chainsaw brutality. The Eternity Devil screams. The entire building shudders, the false architecture rippling with pain. This is not how it's supposed to work. The prey is supposed to be helpless, gradually worn down until they're weak enough to consume easily. They're not supposed to fight back by just cutting everything indiscriminately. They're not supposed to turn entrapment into a war of attrition where the prison itself is being destroyed. But Denji doesn't stop. He cuts and cuts and cuts, moving through the space in a whirlwind of chainsaw violence. The Eternity Devil's bodybuilding shudders with each impact, walls bleeding devil blood, floors cracking to reveal organic tissue underneath. The false reality it constructed is being torn apart by someone who refuses to play by the rules of psychological torment. Denji is too simple, too direct, too willing to meet supernatural horror with mechanical brutality. Hours pass, or what feel like hours in this timeless space. Denji keeps cutting. His body is built for this, designed to continue fighting as long as blood flows through his veins and Pochita's heart beats in his chest. Exhaustion is a suggestion rather than a requirement. Pain is information rather than limitation. He operates on a level of pure physical persistence that human hunters and even most devils cannot match. The Eternity Devil, despite its name, is discovering that eternity is less appealing when you're being chainsawed continuously. The pain accumulates. The damage spreads. What was supposed to be a secure trap has become a torture chamber. But the devil is the one being tortured. Its grand strategy of patient waiting has collided with an opponent who apparently has no conception of when to give up. The other squad members watch this display with varying reactions. Aki is grimly satisfied. This is the kind of irrational persistence that might actually work when conventional tactics have failed. Power is impressed despite herself, seeing something admirably destructive in Denji's approach. Arai is simply stunned, unable to fully process that the solution to being trapped by an Eternity Devil is apparently just cutting everything forever. Kobeni, still recovering from her breakdown, watches with numb incomprehension. And finally, after what might be days of continuous chainsaw violence, the Eternity Devil breaks. It cannot endure this anymore. The pain is too much, the damage too extensive, the persistence of its attacker too absolute. It offers a new deal. It will let them all go if Denji stops cutting. No death required, no sacrifice needed. Just please, for the love of whatever devils hold sacred, stop the chainsaws. Denji stops. The chainsaws retract, and he returns to human form, covered in devil blood and his own sweat, exhausted in ways that transcend physical tiredness. He has been fighting continuously for potentially days, sustained only by the hybrid vigor of his devil-human fusion. By any reasonable standard, he should be dead, or at minimum comatose. Instead, he stands victorious over a devil that thought it could simply wait out its prey. The Eternity Devil, true to its word, because it has no choice, releases them. The false corridors dissolve, the spatial manipulation ends, and suddenly they're back in normal reality, still in the hotel, but no longer trapped in an impossible maze. The exit is right there, simple and mundane and accessible. They can leave. They're free. The squad staggers out of the hotel into daylight that feels surreal after their imprisonment. The world outside continued on without them, time passing normally while they were caught in the Eternity Devil's timeless space. They report back to headquarters, file their mission reports, undergo medical evaluation. The Eternity Devil is contained or destroyed. The details are handled by other teams. Division 4's job is done, but the mission leaves scars that have nothing to do with physical wounds. Kobeni tried to kill Denji. That fact cannot be ignored or smoothed over. She broke under pressure, attacked a teammate, and would have succeeded if not for intervention. This is a fundamental breach of trust that cannot easily be repaired. Denji has been stabbed by his own squad member. Aki has seen how quickly civilization can break down when fear takes over. Arai has wrestled a Yolig to prevent murder. Power has witnessed human fragility in its most naked form. Makima, reviewing the mission reports, seems unsurprised by any of it. The Eternity Devil was a test. Perhaps not one she engineered, but certainly one she can analyze for useful data. She sees how each squad member responded under extreme pressure, what they revealed about themselves when pushed to psychological limits. Denji's solution, brute force persistence applied with ChainSaw directness, is exactly the kind of response she might have predicted from him. His inability to think in complex strategic terms becomes an advantage. When facing an enemy whose strategy requires psychological complexity, she commends the squad for their success, which from public safety's perspective is genuine. They completed the mission, survived, and neutralized a significant devil threat. The internal conflicts, the near murder, the breakdown of trust, these are personnel issues, certainly worth noting, but ultimately secondary to operational success. Devils are defeated or they're not. Everything else is commentary. For Denji, the Eternity Devil mission is another milestone in his understanding of what being a devil hunter means. It's not just fighting monsters, it's dealing with the fear that monsters create, the ways that fear breaks down human behavior, the impossible choices that emerge when survival is at stake. He was almost murdered by a teammate who was simply too scared to think rationally. He spent days cutting through a devil's body in an act of attrition, warfare that defies conventional understanding of combat, and he won. Again, through persistence and refusal to accept defeat, and the raw powers of chainsaw blades applied continuously until the problem stopped being a problem. His relationship with the squad is forever changed. Aki has developed a grudging respect for Denji's capabilities, even if he still finds his motivations shallow. Power has seen something in Denji that commands a devil's attention, which makes him less dismissible than she initially thought. Arai knows that Denji can be relied on in crisis, even if that reliability comes in chaotic forms. And Kobeni is broken in ways that might never fully heal. Her fear of devils, now compounded by guilt over what she attempted. The Eternity Devil Arc establishes that Chainsaw Man is not just powerful, but persistent on a level that exceeds normal human or devil psychology. Denji can be trapped, tormented, attacked by allies, and he responds not with complex strategy, but with simple, overwhelming force sustained beyond the point where any reasonable being would quit. He doesn't think his way out of problems. He cuts his way out, and he keeps cutting until the problem is solved or he's dead. And since dying hasn't stuck yet, the problems tend to get solved. This makes him valuable to public safety and terrifying to devils. The Eternity Devil learned that lesson the hard way. Other devils will learn it in time. ChainSaw Man cannot be reasoned with, cannot be exhausted, cannot be forced to surrender through a psychological pressure. He simply exists in a state of relentless forward motion, chainsaws roaring, until either the fight is over or he is. The squad returns to headquarters changed by their experience. Trust has been damaged, but bonds have also been formed through shared trauma. They survived something that should have killed them, and the person who most directly contributed to that survival was the crude, simple-minded rookie that some of them initially dismissed. Denji, for his part, is mostly just happy to eat a proper meal again and sleep in his actual bed. The complexity of what happened, the psychological implications, the way he demonstrated both loyalty, not killing Kobeni in self-defense, and terrifying combat capability, all of that is background noise to the immediate satisfaction of being out of the hotel and back to normal life. But public safety is watching. Makima is watching. And the devils of the world are starting to understand that ChainSaw Man is not just another hybrid or devil hunter. He is something that operates outside the normal rules, something that cannot be controlled or contained through conventional means. The Eternity Devil tried to trap him forever and ended up begging for mercy. That information will spread, and the implications will reshape how devils respond to the presence of ChainSaw Man going forward. The Eternity Devil arc is complete. The squad has been tested and transformed, and Denji continues forward, simple in his desires, terrifying in his persistence. The chainsaw-hearted boy who refuses to stay dead and refuses to stop cutting life as a public safety devil hunter for all its existential dangers and psychological horrors, eventually develops a kind of routine. Missions are assigned, devils are hunted, paperwork is filed, and between the violence, there are moments of something approaching normalcy. Denji has been living in this rhythm for weeks now, learning the patterns of his new existence, adapting to the structure of organizational employment. He has a place to sleep, regular meals, colleagues who range from tolerant to actively hostile, and Makima, whose presence in his life has become a source of both comfort and confused longing. But routine is a luxury in a world where devils exist, and that luxury is about to be shattered in ways that will fundamentally reshape Division 4 and everyone in it. The arc begins with what should be a routine assignment. Division 4 is tasked with investigating devil activity and has stopped at a restaurant for a brief meal before continuing their operation. This is not unusual. Devil hunters need to eat like anyone else, and grabbing food between missions is standard practice. The restaurant is ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of establishment that exists in every city. Adequate food, reasonable prices, nothing memorable. Denji sits with Aki and a woman named Himeno, a devil hunter who has been working with Aki for years and serves as something of a mentor and partner to him. Himeno is experienced, skilled, and carries herself with the confidence of someone who has survived long enough in this profession to know both her capabilities and her limits. She has an eye patch covering her right eye, the price of her contract with the ghost devil, a sacrifice made in exchange for power. Himeno and Aki have a relationship that goes beyond mere professional partnership. There is care there, genuine affection that has developed through years of fighting together, surviving together, watching each other's backs in situations where the slightest hesitation means death. Himeno worries about Aki in ways that suggest deeper feelings. She knows about his death wish, his single-minded pursuit of the gun devil, his willingness to sacrifice everything for revenge. She has been trying, in her own way, to pull him back from that edge, to remind him that life has value beyond vengeance. Power is there too, being characteristically loud and making unreasonable demands about food. Kobeni and Arai round out the group, the former still jumpy and nervous after the Eternity Devil incident, the latter maintaining his professional demeanor. It's a familiar dynamic now. Division 4 eating together, exchanging banter ranging from friendly to antagonistic, existing in one of those brief windows of peace between the horrors their job demands they face. And then the attack comes. It happens with shocking suddenness. One moment they're eating, the next moment violence erupts from multiple directions simultaneously. A figure bursts through the restaurant, a man whose arms transform into katana blades, who moves with supernatural speed and precision, cutting through the space with lethal intent. But he's not alone. There's a woman with him, and she has brought devils, contracted devils, under her control, multiple threats attacking in coordination. This is not a random devil encounter. This is an assassination attempt, carefully planned and brutally executed. The Katana Man, for that is what he is, a hybrid like Denji, human fused with devil, targets Aki specifically. His blade arms move in arcs of lethal intent, and Aki barely manages to dodge the initial strikes. The restaurant transforms from peaceful dining space to combat zone in seconds. Tables are overturned, civilians scatter in panic, and Division 4 is forced to fight without preparation, without tactical positioning, caught completely off guard. Denji reacts with his characteristic directness, pulling the starter cord and transforming into Chainsaw Man. But even with his powers activated, the situation is chaos. The Katana Man is fast, trained, and fighting with clear intent to kill. The woman, Akane Sawatari, controls the snake devil, its massive form manifesting in the enclosed space, adding another layer of lethal threat. Division 4 is outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and fighting for their lives. In an environment that favors their attackers, the battle is brutal and desperate. Chainsaw Man engages the Katana Man in close combat, chainsaw blades clashing against katana, edges in a clash of hybrid powers. Power tries to use her blood manipulation to control the battlefield, but the Snake Devil's presence complicates her efforts. Aki activates his Fox Devil contract, but even that proves insufficient against coordinated assault from multiple directions. And then things get worse. The Katana Man's blade finds Aki, cutting deep, and the injury is serious, potentially fatal. Aki collapses, blood pooling rapidly, his body going into shock from the trauma. Himeno, seeing her partner fall, makes a choice that will define her final moments. She has one more card to play, one more sacrifice she can make. Her contract with the Ghost Devil has already cost her right eye. Now, she offers everything, her entire body, her whole existence, in exchange for the Ghost Devil's full power. The Ghost Devil accepts. What manifests is horror incarnate. an invisible force of overwhelming destructive power. The Ghost Devil fully unleashed without the limitations of a partial contract. It attacks the Katana Man and the Snake Devil with fury that transcends normal combat, tearing through the space with invisible hands and incomprehensible force. For a moment, it seems like this might turn the tide, like Himeno's ultimate sacrifice might save them. But the cost is absolute. Himeno's body is consumed by the Ghost Devil, taken piece by piece as payment for the power she's borrowed. She is dying in real time, her existence being traded away for this final assault. And in her last moments, as her body is being taken, she thinks of Aki, of the years they spent together, of her hope that he might find something to live for beyond revenge, of her wish that he survive even if she doesn't. The Ghost Devil's rampage forces the attackers to retreat, but the victory is Pyrrhic in the worst possible way. When the devil finishes its work and the dust settles, Himeno is gone, not dead in the conventional sense, consumed, taken by the Ghost Devil, her body used as fuel for the power she desperately needed. There's nothing left to bury, no body to recover. She simply ceased to exist, traded her entire being for a chance to protect her partner. The restaurant is a disaster zone. Civilians are dead or injured. Division 4 has been decimated. Aki is critically wounded, barely alive, needing immediate medical intervention. Other members of the division are hurt to varying degrees. And Himeno, who moments ago was joking and eating and alive, is simply gone, erased from existence as payment for power that wasn't quite enough to prevent this tragedy. This is not how Devil Hunter missions are supposed to go. This was an ambush, an assassination attempt targeting public safety, Devil Hunters specifically. Someone with resources and planning capability orchestrated this attack, and the implications are staggering. Devil Hunters are supposed to hunt devils, not be hunted by organized forces capable of deploying hybrid warriors and contracted devils in coordinated assaults. Emergency services arrive, but the damage is done. Aki is rushed to a hospital, his survival uncertain. The other injured members of Division 4 receive treatment, and Denji, relatively unharmed thanks to his regenerative capabilities, is left to process what just happened. A colleague, someone he didn't know well, but someone who was part of his squad, is dead, gone in the most absolute way possible. Her sacrifice buying them survival, but costing her everything. The attack doesn't stop there. Reports flood in from across the city. Other public safety divisions have been hit simultaneously. This is not an isolated incident, but a coordinated strike against multiple targets. Special Divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4 have all suffered casualties. Devil Hunters are dead. Operations are compromised, and public safety's infrastructure has been dealt a devastating blow. The scale of the attack suggests organization and resources beyond what any random devil cult should possess. Someone has been planning this, preparing for months or years, assembling the assets necessary to strike at public safety across multiple locations simultaneously. The Katana Man is just one piece of a larger operation, and Akane Sawatari, the woman controlling the Snake Devil, represents another part of a conspiracy whose full scope is still unclear. In the hospital, Aki hovers between life and death. The medical team works frantically to stabilize him, but his injuries are severe. The katana blade cut deep, damaging internal organs, causing massive blood loss. He has the kind of injuries that kill devil hunters regularly, the kind that no amount of skill or determination can simply power through. He needs surgery, blood transfusions, intensive care, and even with all of that, his survival is not guaranteed. Denji visits him, along with other survivors from Division 4. Seeing Aki like this, pale, unconscious, connected to machines that beep and hiss with mechanical regularity, is jarring. This is the man who seemed unshakable, who maintained professional composure through every crisis, who represented stability and competence when everything else was chaotic. And now, he's reduced to this, a broken body fighting for each breath. Mortality made visceral and immediate. Power is there too, unusually quiet, her typical bravado stripped away by the reality of what happened. She has witnessed human fragility in its most undeniable form, seen how quickly living colleagues become corpses or close equivalents. Even for a devil, there's something sobering about watching someone you fought alongside be reduced to this state. Makima arrives at the hospital, her presence commanding immediate attention, even in the midst of medical chaos. She assesses the situation with her characteristic calm, showing no visible emotion despite the catastrophic losses public safety has suffered. She speaks with the medical staff, reviews the casualty reports, and begins organizing the response to what is clearly an act of war against her organization. When she addresses the survivors, her words carry weight beyond their literal meaning. She acknowledges the losses, honors the dead in brief professional terms, and then shifts immediately to the operational reality. Public safety has been attacked, but it is not broken. There will be response, there will be investigation, and there will be retribution. The attack was meant to cripple them, but instead, it has simply ensured that resources and attention will be focused on destroying whoever orchestrated this assault. Makima's eyes, those ringed eyes that see more than they should, settle on Denji. She asks him directly. He fought the Katana Man. What can he tell her about this hybrid? What capabilities did he demonstrate? How did he fight? The questioning is thorough, professional, extracting every bit of tactical intelligence Denji's limited perspective can provide. And then she makes a proposal that changes everything. The attack was personal. Members of Division 4 were targeted and killed. Himeno is dead, Aki is critically injured, and dozens of other devil hunters across all divisions have been killed or wounded. Public safety will respond with official channels, with investigations and allocated resources. But Makima understands that her people need more than bureaucratic process. They need closure, they need purpose, and most importantly, they need revenge. She offers Denji and the surviving members of Division 4 a mission: hunt down the Katana Man and everyone involved in the attack. This is not an official assignment with procedural restrictions and rules of engagement. This is sanctioned revenge, organizational resources placed at the disposal of people who have personal stakes in seeing the perpetrators destroyed. Makima will provide support, intelligence, and backup. In exchange, she asks only that they channel their anger into productive violence against public safety's enemies. For Denji, the choice is simple. The attack killed his colleague, hurt his squad, and threatened the stability of the life he's only recently acquired. The people responsible need to be stopped, both for justice and for pragmatic prevention of future attacks. He accepts immediately, without hesitation, committing to the hunt with the same direct simplicity he applies to everything. But the mission requires more than just Denji's willingness. They need Aki, and Aki is barely alive. His body broken, his recovery uncertain. Even if he survives, returning to combat-ready status will take months of rehabilitation that they don't have. The Katana Man and his allies won't wait patiently for public safety to recover. They struck when they were ready, and they'll continue operations while their enemies are weakened. This is where Aki's desperation becomes relevant. He wakes in his hospital bed, learns about Himeno's death, and the grief hits him like a physical blow. She's gone, not just dead, but consumed, erased, sacrificed herself to save him, and by the others, time to survive. The guilt is immediate and overwhelming. She died for him, and he survived, and that equation feels fundamentally wrong. But beneath the grief is something else. Rage. Pure, burning rage at the people who orchestrated this attack, who killed Himeno, and so many others, who treated devil hunters like they were acceptable casualties in whatever scheme they're pursuing. Aki's long-term goal has always been the gun devil. But right now, in this moment, there is a more immediate target for his fury. The Katana Man, Akane Sawatari, and everyone else involved in the attack. They need to die, and Aki needs to be the one who makes it happen. The problem is his body. The injuries are too severe, healing will take too long, and conventional recovery isn't fast enough to allow him to participate in the revenge mission. But there are unconventional options available to devil hunters, willing to pay extraordinary costs. Aki has access to powerful devil contracts, devils who can offer abilities beyond normal human capacity in exchange for appropriately steep prices. He makes contact with the Curse Devil. The Curse Devil is dangerous in ways that go beyond combat capability. Its contract is particularly harsh. In exchange for its power to kill with supernatural certainty, it demands a portion of the contractor's lifespan. Not just abstract life force, actual remaining years of life. Time subtracted from however long you would have otherwise lived. Using the Curse Devil's power makes you closer to death with each activation, literally trading your future for present power. Aki understands this cost intellectually, but in his current state, grief-stricken, rage-filled, body broken, the calculus seems acceptable. He's been willing to die for revenge against the gun devil since his family was killed. Trading years of his life to kill the people who murdered Himeno is barely even a question. The Curse Devil accepts his contract, and suddenly, Aki has a weapon that can kill with supernatural certainty, bypassing conventional defenses and resistances. But Makima, understanding that raw revenge is not sufficient for actually tracking down organized enemies, assembles additional resources. She brings in Tendo and Kurose, two experienced devil hunters with their own powerful contracts and years of operational experience. They will provide tactical support, intelligence gathering, and the kind of professional competence that balances Denji's crude directness and Aki's grief-fueled rage. The investigation begins in earnest. Public safety's intelligence apparatus goes to work, tracking down leads, analyzing the attack patterns, identifying potential locations where the Katana Man and his allies might be hiding. The conspiracy runs deeper than initially suspected. The attackers were after something specific, beyond just killing devil hunters. They wanted gun devil pieces, fragments of the gun devil's body, that public safety has been collecting and storing. The gun devil, despite being the most feared devil in existence, is not currently a unified entity. When it manifested and caused catastrophic destruction years ago, it was eventually driven back, fragmented, pieces of its body scattered across the world. These fragments retain power, can be used to enhance weapons, or make contracts or fuel devil-based operations. Public safety has been systematically collecting these fragments to prevent them from being used by hostile forces. But the attack compromised that collection. Gun Devil fragments were stolen during the chaos, taken by the conspirators for purposes unknown. This elevates the situation from simple revenge to potential apocalypse prevention. If someone is gathering Gun Devil fragments with organizational competence and willingness to attack public safety directly, they might be trying to reconstitute the Gun Devil itself, or at minimum, create weapons of devastating power. The intelligence leads Division 4 and their reinforcements to a location, an abandoned industrial building where the conspirators are believed to be hiding. The plan is straightforward. Surround the location, prevent escape, and eliminate everyone inside. This is not capture and interrogation. This is not arrest. This is sanctioned extermination of threats to public safety's operations. The assault begins with coordination that reflects Makima's organizational capability. Multiple teams move into position, covering exits, establishing containment, ensuring that no one inside the building can flee when the attack begins. And then, Division 4, Denji, Aki, Power, along with Tendo and Kurose, enters the building to face the people who orchestrated the massacre. Inside, they find exactly what they expected. The Katana Man, Akane Sawatari, and various contracted devils and human allies forming a defensive position. The conspirators knew retaliation was coming and prepared accordingly. What follows is not a hunt, but a battle. Organized forces clashing in an industrial space that becomes a war zone within seconds. Denji transforms into Chainsaw Man and engages the Katana Man directly, settling the score from their previous encounter. This time, there's no element of surprise, no civilian casualties to worry about limiting tactics. This is pure combat between hybrids, chainsaw blades versus katana edges, both fighters operating at the limits of their supernatural capabilities. The Katana Man is skilled, trained, fighting with technique that reflects actual martial education rather than raw instinct. But Denji has something the Katana Man doesn't: absolute willingness to take damage in exchange for delivering it. He fights like someone who knows regeneration will save him, trading injuries for killing blows, accepting cuts that would cripple normal fighters as mere inconveniences. The Katana hybrid's skill can't overcome Chainsaw Man's relentless assault. Denji cuts through defenses, ignores counterattacks, and pushes forward with mechanical persistence until the Katana Man is overwhelmed. The final blow severs vital body structures, and the Katana hybrid falls, his body too damaged to continue fighting, his regeneration unable to keep pace with the accumulating destruction. Meanwhile, Aki faces Akane Sawatari and the Snake Devil. This is where his new contract with the Curse Devil becomes relevant. The Curse Devil's power operates through a bizarre ritual. Aki must stab a target 3 times with a special nail while eye contact is maintained, and upon the 3rd strike, the target dies, regardless of their defenses or resistances. It's guaranteed death, supernatural assassination that cannot be blocked or avoided once the conditions are met. But completing those conditions in active combat is extraordinarily difficult. Stabbing someone 3 times while maintaining eye contact requires both proximity and focus that hostile targets are highly motivated to prevent. The Snake Devil complicates matters further, its massive form attacking Aki, while Sawatari evades and tries to disrupt his attempts to complete the curse ritual. Tendo and Kurose provide support, using their own contracted devils to control the battlefield, to create openings, to force Sawatari into positions where Aki can strike. The combat is tactical, in ways that contrast with Denji's straightforward assault. This is professional devil hunting, coordinated team attacks, using complementary powers to overcome defenses that would stymie individual efforts. Aki manages the first strike. The nail touches Sawatari. The curse begins its work. She tries to flee, understanding that allowing 2 more strikes means certain death. But the building is surrounded, exits are blocked, and she's being hunted by multiple experienced devil hunters who have every reason to ensure she doesn't survive this encounter. The second strike connects. Now, she's panicking. The supernatural certainty of the curse, making her aware that 1 more touch means death, that no defense will save her, that she's been marked for unavoidable execution. The Snake Devil tries desperately to protect her, positioning its body as a shield. But Aki is beyond reason now. He sees Himeno's face in his mind, hears her voice, remembers years of partnership ending in consumption and erasure. The grief and rage fuel his movements, make him willing to accept any injury if it means completing the curse. The third strike. The nail touches Sawatari 1 final time, and the Curse Devil's power activates with absolute finality. She dies instantly, not from physical trauma, but from supernatural decree, the curse stopping her heart, ending her life, removing her from existence, with the mechanical certainty of a cosmic rule being enforced. The Snake Devil, losing its contractor, becomes vulnerable, and the combined assault from Division 4 and support teams tears it apart. The battle is won. The Katana Man lies defeated. Sawatari is dead. The conspirators' operation in this location is destroyed. Division 4 stands victorious in the aftermath, covered in blood. Devil blood, enemy blood, their own blood mixed together into the grotesque paint that coats every surface of the former industrial space. But victory feels hollow. Himeno is still gone. The dead devil hunters from the initial attack are still dead. No amount of revenge changes those facts. Aki killed the people responsible, fulfilled his immediate need for retribution. But the emptiness of that fulfillment becomes apparent immediately. Himeno didn't come back. The grief didn't disappear. He simply traded years of his life to kill people who deserved to die, and in exchange received nothing but the bitter satisfaction of completed revenge. Denji, standing over the Katana Man's broken body, feels similarly complicated emotions. He fought, he won, he defended his squad, and his life, and his place in public safety. But seeing Aki's face, the exhaustion, the grief, the hollow victory in his eyes, makes the triumph feel less straightforward. This is what professional devil hunting actually looks like. Winning battles but losing people, completing missions but paying costs that accumulate into emotional debts that can never be fully repaid. In the aftermath, as public safety cleans up the operation and processes the defeated enemies, the full scope of the conspiracy becomes clearer through interrogation of surviving participants. The attack was orchestrated by interests connected to the Gun Devil, factions who believe that reconstituting the Gun Devil, or harnessing its power, is worth any cost. The Gun Devil fragments they stole are part of a larger collection effort spanning multiple countries and organizations. The threat isn't eliminated, merely set back. More attacks will come, more conspiracies will emerge, and the war between public safety and forces aligned with or interested in the Gun Devil will continue. Makima reviews the mission results with satisfaction that seems disproportionate to the casualties suffered. Yes, public safety lost significant personnel in the initial attack. Yes, the conspirators achieved some of their objectives, but in response, public safety demonstrated its capability for overwhelming retaliation. They tracked down the attackers, destroyed them, and sent a clear message. Attacking devil hunters has consequences that will be pursued with organizational resources and sanctioned violence. She commends Denji for his combat performance, acknowledges Aki's successful revenge, and begins repositioning resources to account for the losses suffered. To her, this is operational management, calculating costs versus benefits, assessing threats, allocating assets where they'll be most effective. The emotional weight of dead colleagues is acknowledged, but not dwelled upon. Devil hunters die regularly. It's part of the profession's reality. The organization continues because it must. For Denji, the Katana Man Arc is an education in what devil hunting actually costs. He witnessed a colleague sacrifice herself completely, saw Aki nearly die, and then trade his lifespan for revenge, participated in sanctioned execution of enemies, and came to understand that the food and shelter he receives from public safety is paid for with blood, his own and others. The simple life he wanted, the basic joys he hoped to experience, exist in a context of violence that makes nothing truly simple or safe. His bond with Aki shifts during this arc. The cold distance between them begins to thaw, replaced by something like mutual respect born from shared trauma. Aki sees that Denji, for all his crudeness and shallow motivations, fights when it matters and doesn't abandon his squad even when things are at their worst. Denji sees that Aki's seriousness comes from real pain, from losses that have shaped him into someone whose dedication to devil hunting is rooted in grief rather than choice. Power, too, is changed by the arc. Watching Himeno sacrifice herself, seeing the aftermath of the attack, witnessing the revenge mission, all of it has forced her to confront the reality that her squad mates are mortal, that the humans she fights alongside can be erased with terrifying ease. Her devil instincts tell her that this means nothing, that human deaths are irrelevant, but the quasi-human parts of her psyche that have developed through prolonged contact with her squad are disturbed in ways she doesn't fully understand. The arc concludes with Division 4 diminished but functional. They've lost members, gained new ones to fill gaps, and carry forward with the understanding that this ambush, death, revenge, hollow victory is the cycle they exist within. Devil hunters hunt devils until devils or other devil hunters kill them. Survival is measured in missions completed, not years lived. And the people who last longest are either exceptionally skilled, exceptionally lucky, or willing to make contracts that trade their futures for present power. Himeno's death resonates through the arc's conclusion as a reminder of what devil hunting demands. She was experienced, skilled, careful, and she still died, not to a devil attack, but to her own decision to sacrifice everything for a partner she cared about. The ghost devil took her payment in full, and nothing remains except memories, and the operational gap her absence creates in Division 4's capabilities. Aki returns to duty, carrying guilt over her sacrifice and the knowledge that he traded years of his life for revenge that didn't heal anything. The Cursed Devil's contract is now part of his arsenal, but every use brings him closer to an earlier death. He's already been willing to die for revenge against the Gun Devil. Now, he's actively spending his remaining time, making his death not just probable, but mathematically certain within a reduced time frame. Denji, witnessing all of this, is beginning to understand that the life he thought he wanted, food, shelter, simple pleasures, exists in a framework of violence and loss that makes even achieved goals feel provisional. He has those things now, yes, but maintaining them requires ongoing exposure to situations where he or his colleagues might die at any moment. The stability he craved is real, but it's the stability of being employed in a profession with extraordinary mortality rates. Makima, observing her division's evolution, seems satisfied with outcomes that would demoralize normal managers. To her, this is all process, removing threats, testing capabilities, identifying which hunters are worth continued investment and which have exceeded their useful lifespans. She has created a context where revenge is channeled into operational success, where personal loss translates into enhanced motivation, where trauma is weaponized into increased effectiveness. The Katana Man Arc establishes that the world of Chainsaw Man is not one where heroic persistence necessarily leads to happy endings. Sometimes you win the battle and lose people anyway. Sometimes revenge is hollow, even when successfully achieved. Sometimes the organization you work for treats your survival as a convenient outcome rather than a priority. And sometimes the price of protecting what you value is watching other people pay costs they can never recoup. Division 4 moves forward, scarred but intact, carrying the weight of dead colleagues and the knowledge that more will die in missions to come. This is the reality of devil hunting. This is the life Denji chose when he accepted Makima's offer in that warehouse. And there is no going back now, only forward into whatever horrors and battles wait in the missions ahead. The Katana Man Arc is complete. The dead are mourned briefly, and then filed away as operational losses. The living continue hunting devils, and the war between public safety and forces aligned with the Gun Devil escalates toward confrontations that will demand even steeper costs from everyone involved. In the aftermath of the Katana Man Arc's violence and loss, life for Division 4 settles into a new configuration shaped by absence and trauma. Himeno is gone, her sacrifice a wound that won't heal cleanly. Aki carries the weight of her death alongside the knowledge that his own lifespan has been deliberately shortened through his Cursed Devil contract. The squad has been reorganized, new members brought in to fill gaps left by the dead, and everyone moves forward because the alternative, stopping, processing, truly grieving, is a luxury that devil hunters cannot afford. Denji, despite everything he's witnessed and survived, maintains his characteristic approach to life, simple desires pursued with straightforward determination. He still wants good food, comfortable sleep, and increasingly, he wants affection from Makima, whose presence in his life has become a source of confused longing that he lacks the emotional vocabulary to properly articulate. She is kind to him, praises him when he performs well, and represents everything he never had: stability, care, attention from someone who seems genuinely interested in his well-being. But Makima operates on levels that Denji cannot perceive. Every interaction with her serves purposes he doesn't understand, advancing agendas he cannot see. She has been carefully cultivating his attachment, creating dependency, positioning him as an asset whose loyalty is rooted in gratitude and attraction rather than mere employment. To Denji, she is a benevolent authority figure he desperately wants to impress. To Makima, he is something else, a tool, perhaps, or an experiment, or a weapon being prepared for use in schemes whose scope remains hidden behind her enigmatic smile. The Bomb Girl arc begins with a seemingly simple assignment that will complicate everything. Public safety has intelligence suggesting that a hybrid devil is operating in the area. Not just any hybrid, but one affiliated with foreign interests, possibly connected to the same conspiracy that orchestrated the Katana Man attack. This hybrid is dangerous, highly mobile, and has been linked to several incidents that suggest combat capabilities exceeding normal devil threats. What makes this assignment unusual is that Makima assigns Denji to work alongside someone new, someone outside the normal structure of Division 4, someone whose presence in the operation carries implications that won't become clear until much later. Her name is Reze, and she appears in Denji's life not as a devil hunter or public safety operative, but as a civilian, a young woman working at a small cafe in a quiet neighborhood. Denji encounters her during what's supposed to be downtime between missions. He stops at the cafe for coffee, and there she is, beautiful, kind, genuinely interested in talking to him. For Denji, whose interactions with women have been limited to his squad mates, who range from actively hostile to merely tolerant, and Makima, who occupies a space too elevated for him to approach as an equal. Reze represents something novel and intoxicating, the possibility of normal human connection, of romance, of the kind of life he imagined when he dreamed about simple happiness. Reze is everything Denji finds appealing. She's pretty, she's nice to him without condescension, she laughs at his jokes, and most importantly, she treats him like a regular person rather than a devil hunter or a hybrid or a tool. When he's with her, he's not Chainsaw Man or a public safety operative. He's just Denji, a teenage boy talking to a girl he likes. It's the closest he's come to the ordinary life he fantasized about during those desperate years of poverty and debt. They spend time together. She teaches him about coffee, about flavors and preparation methods, sharing knowledge with patience that suggests genuine care rather than mere customer service. He tells her about his life, heavily edited, of course, omitting the devil hunting and the dying and the chainsaw heart, but sharing enough that she seems to understand him, to see him as a person worth knowing. For Denji, these interactions are profoundly meaningful. For the first time, someone his own age is interested in him, values his company, makes him feel like he might actually deserve the simple happiness he's been chasing. But Reze is not who she appears to be. She is the Bomb Devil hybrid, the very target that public safety has been hunting. Her presence in Denji's life is not coincidence but careful positioning, infiltration designed to get close to Chainsaw Man, to assess his capabilities and vulnerabilities, to determine whether he can be turned or needs to be eliminated. Every kind word, every shared laugh, every moment of apparent connection, all of it is performance, strategy, manipulation in service of goals that have nothing to do with genuine affection. She is a Soviet operative, trained in espionage and assassination, sent to Japan with a mission related to Chainsaw Man. The international implications of devils and hybrids extend far beyond public safety's domestic operations. Foreign governments have their own devil programs, their own attempts to weaponize fear and supernatural power for geopolitical advantage. Reze represents one such program, highly trained, deeply committed, and willing to do whatever is necessary to complete her mission. The arc's tension builds as Denji falls deeper into infatuation while remaining completely unaware that he's being targeted. His squad notices his distraction. Aki sees that Denji is spending time with a civilian girl and has mixed feelings about it. On one hand, it's a security risk, a complication that could compromise operations. On the other hand, it's the first time Denji has seemed genuinely happy about something beyond food and basic comfort. There's something almost tragic about watching this crude, simple boy experience what might be his first real crush, knowing that the world they inhabit rarely allows such innocent pleasures to exist without cost. Power, with her devil's intuition and lack of social filter, is immediately suspicious. She doesn't trust Reze, though she can't articulate exactly why. Something about the situation feels wrong to her in ways that transcend logical analysis. Perhaps some instinctive recognition of predatory behavior, even when disguised as friendliness. But her warnings to Denji fall on deaf ears. He's too invested in the fantasy of normal romance to listen to Power's chaotic suspicions. The revelation comes inevitably, terribly. Denji and Reze are together, perhaps on what he thinks is a date, or just spending time in her company. When the mask drops, something triggers the shift, some operational necessity, or perhaps merely the conclusion that infiltration has gathered sufficient intelligence. Reze's demeanor changes, the kindness evaporating to reveal the operative beneath. She transforms, becoming the bomb devil hybrid, her head and body capable of generating explosive force that makes conventional combat nearly impossible. The betrayal hits Denji with devastating emotional force. This person he trusted, who seemed to care about him, who represented the possibility of normal happiness. She was lying the entire time. Everything was fake. Every smile calculated. Every moment of apparent connection, mere strategy. She was using him, getting close to assess weaknesses, and now that the assessment is complete, she's trying to kill him. The combat that follows is complicated by Denji's emotional state. He transforms into Chainsaw Man, because that's what you do when someone tries to kill you. But his heart isn't fully in the fight. There's a part of him that still wants this to be a misunderstanding, that hopes somehow this can be resolved without violence, that clings to the fantasy that maybe Reze's feelings had some authenticity despite the obvious evidence to the contrary. Reze, as the bomb devil hybrid, is extraordinarily dangerous. Her power allows her to generate explosions from her body, creating blast zones that make close combat nearly suicidal. She can detach her arms and use them as explosive projectiles, turn her own body into a proximity bomb, create chains of detonations that deny enemy positioning and movement. Fighting her is like fighting a mobile minefield that can actively strategize and adapt. But beyond the tactical challenge, there's the emotional dimension that makes this fight different from Denji's previous battles. He doesn't want to kill her, even though she's clearly trying to kill him. The memory of their time together, however false it might have been, has created an attachment that makes pure combat instinct complicated. He's fighting someone he cared about, someone who represented hope for a different kind of life, and that makes every chainsaw strike feel like he's cutting away pieces of his own dreams along with enemy flesh. The battle moves through the urban environment, their clash causing collateral damage that draws public safety's attention. Aki and the rest of Division 4 mobilize to assist, recognizing that Denji is engaged with a hostile hybrid and likely needs support. When they arrive, they find a scene of devastation, buildings damaged by explosions. Denji and Reze, locked in brutal combat, both of them bloodied and exhausted, but continuing to fight with the desperate intensity of people who understand that only one of them is likely to survive this encounter. Aki, seeing the situation, doesn't hesitate. He engages Reze with his contracted devils, adding another dimension to the combat. Power joins the fight, using her blood manipulation to control the battlefield to create constraints that limit Reze's mobility and explosive radius. What was a fight between two hybrids becomes a coordinated assault by public safety's operatives, and despite Reze's considerable power, she's being overwhelmed by numbers and tactical coordination. She's skilled enough to recognize when a battle becomes unwinnable. Staying to fight means dying, and dying means mission failure. Reze makes the pragmatic choice that trained operatives are supposed to make. She retreats, using her explosive power to create cover and distance, moving with the kind of practiced escape and evasion that suggests extensive training in exactly this kind of scenario. She vanishes into the urban landscape, wounded but alive, mission incomplete but survivable. Denji, standing in the aftermath, feels the weight of betrayal settling into his chest like a physical mass. Makima, reviewing the situation, recognizes the strategic value beyond simple threat elimination. Reze's connection to international devil programs suggests she possesses intelligence about foreign capabilities and objectives, information that could prove invaluable to public safety's operations. Based on these tactical considerations, Makima determines that capturing Reze alive would serve Japan's interests more effectively than simply eliminating the threat. A dead hybrid is just a neutralized threat. A captured hybrid is an intelligence asset, a potential source of information about foreign devil programs, and possibly even someone who can be turned or leveraged against her handlers. The mission parameters shift from elimination to capture, which is significantly more difficult but offers greater strategic value. Division 4, now including Denji, who has complicated feelings about this entire situation, is assigned to hunt Reze, with the goal of bringing her in alive. This means non-lethal tactics where possible, restraint rather than execution, which goes against the straightforward kill the enemy approach that normally defines devil hunter operations. She lied to him. She used him. The happiness he felt with her was built on deception, and the realization makes everything feel hollow. This is perhaps the first time since his resurrection that Denji experiences emotional pain that regeneration cannot heal. Physical wounds close automatically, but the damage to his capacity for trust, to his hope for normal connection, that's a different category of injury entirely. Aki tries to offer something like comfort, though he's not particularly skilled at emotional support. He acknowledges that Denji got played, that it's a harsh lesson to learn, but also a necessary one in their line of work. Trust is complicated when devils and devil hunters exist in the same space. Sometimes the person who seems kind is actually an enemy running an infiltration operation. It's part of the job's reality. But the arc doesn't end with Reze's escape. Public safety now has intelligence about a foreign hybrid operative in their territory, which means investigation, hunting, and eventual confrontation. It's a more complex mission that requires actual coordination rather than just overwhelming violence. The hunt leads them through various locations as they track Reze's movements. She's trying to reach extraction. Foreign operatives working in hostile territory have contingency plans, safe houses, routes for getting out of the country when operations go bad. Public safety's intelligence apparatus works to identify these potential extraction points, to predict where Reze might go, to position their people to intercept her before she can escape completely. During this pursuit, Denji has time to think about what happened between them. The rational part of his brain understands that she lied, that none of it was real, that she was an enemy operative doing her job. But there's another part, the part that's still just a lonely kid who wanted someone to care about him, that remembers the moments they shared and wonders if maybe, possibly, some small portion of it was genuine. Could someone fake that level of connection entirely? Was every smile calculated? Was there no moment where she saw him as a person rather than a target? These questions torment him in ways that physical combat never has. He can handle being cut, shot, even eaten by devils. But this emotional uncertainty, this damage to his capacity for trust and hope, it's a wound that regeneration doesn't fix, that time doesn't obviously heal, that makes him question whether pursuing normal happiness is even worth the risk of betrayal. The operation to capture Reze requires coordination between multiple public safety teams. Makima oversees the strategy, positioning assets to cover likely escape routes, ensuring that Reze has nowhere to run once they locate her. The net tightens gradually, methodically, with the patient precision of an organization that has resources and expertise to bring to bear against individual targets. When they finally corner Reze, it's in a location that limits her explosive capabilities. Somewhere structural collapse would be as dangerous to her as to her pursuers. Somewhere civilian casualties would be high enough to create international incidents if she fights recklessly. She's trapped, not by overwhelming force, but by tactical positioning that makes resistance unwinnable, regardless of her combat power. Denji is there when they corner her. He sees her exhaustion, her desperation, the way her operative mask has cracked to reveal something more human beneath. She's not the friendly cafe girl anymore, but she's also not purely the cold enemy soldier. She's someone caught between identities, between missions and perhaps actual feelings, recognizing that her situation has become impossible. For a moment, there's a possibility of communication, of understanding. Denji wants to ask her, was any of it real? Did she feel anything genuine during their time together? But the words don't come easily, and the situation doesn't allow for extended conversation. Public safety operatives are closing in, Makima is watching, and the window for any kind of honest exchange is rapidly closing. Reze, seeing no escape, and perhaps recognizing that Denji represents her best chance at treatment better than interrogation and execution, makes a choice. She surrenders, not to public safety generally, but specifically to Denji. She tells him, in words that might be truth or might be final manipulation, that she wishes things could have been different, that in another world, in another life, maybe they could have just been normal people, having normal interactions, without the weight of devil hunting and international espionage complicating everything. Denji doesn't know how to respond to this. Is it genuine? Is it strategy? Does it matter? She's surrendering, which means public safety will take her into custody, which means she'll face whatever Makima has planned for captured foreign operatives. His personal feelings about her are irrelevant to that outcome. But as public safety operatives move in to secure Reze, something happens that changes everything. A sniper shot, fired from distance by someone with professional skill and extremely long-range capability. The bullet finds Reze's head, killing her instantly, eliminating the intelligence asset before she can be properly interrogated or turned. It's a clean kill from impossible distance, the kind of shot that suggests extraordinary skill or supernatural enhancement. The realization hits immediately. Reze's handlers have terminated her. Foreign operatives who become compromised, who face capture by hostile organizations, are liabilities. The information they carry, the programs they're connected to, the operations they might reveal, all of that represents unacceptable risk. Better to eliminate your own operative than allow enemy intelligence services to extract valuable information through interrogation. Denji watches Reze die, sees her body collapse, and the finality of it feels worse somehow than if he'd killed her himself in combat. She surrendered to him, trusted him in that final moment, and her reward was execution by her own people. The betrayal runs in multiple directions. She betrayed him with her infiltration. He betrayed her hope for different treatment by being part of the system that cornered her. And her own handlers betrayed her by deciding she was more valuable dead than at risk of talking. The sniper escapes before public safety can locate and engage them. Whoever took the shot had planned the operation carefully, positioned for the kill in advance, anticipated the likely outcome of Reze's capture attempt. This level of operational security and willingness to eliminate compromised operatives suggests professional intelligence service backing, state-level resources applied to devil-related espionage. In the aftermath, Division 4 returns to headquarters with a body instead of an intelligence asset. Makima is disappointed but not surprised. International devil operations are complex, and foreign agencies are ruthless about preventing information leaks. Reze's death is unfortunate from an intelligence perspective, but operationally insignificant. The threat has been neutralized, which was the minimum acceptable outcome, even if capture would have been preferable. For Denji, the arc's conclusion is much more personal and painful. He's learned that the simple happiness he craves, normal relationships, genuine connection, maybe even romance, exists in a world that doesn't allow for such things easily. His identity as Chainsaw Man, his employment with public safety, his very nature as a hybrid, all of it creates complications that make normal life functionally impossible. Reze might have genuinely developed some feelings for him, or she might have been performing perfectly until the end. He'll never know. What he does know is that pursuing connection with someone outside the devil hunting world ended with that person dead, killed by their own people, her body left for public safety to process like any other operational casualty. The emotional damage from this arc runs deep. Denji has been betrayed, used, and forced to watch someone he cared about in a way that makes clear how expendable people are in the world of international devil operations. It's a maturing experience in the worst possible sense, learning that the world is even harsher than he already knew, that trust is dangerous, that simple desires become complicated when you're a weapon that governments want to control or eliminate. Aki, observing Denji's emotional state, recognizes something of his own pain reflected back. Aki lost his family to the gun devil and has built his entire identity around revenge for that loss. Denji has now experienced a smaller version of that same kind of formative trauma, caring about someone and then having them taken away in circumstances that make the loss feel both personal and systemic. It doesn't create equality between them, but it creates understanding. They're both people shaped by loss, both carrying wounds that combat skills cannot address. Power, in her own chaotic way, tries to offer comfort, though her devil instincts make her approach fundamentally alien to human emotional support. She tells Denji that humans die, that attachment is foolish, but also that his sadness is understandable, even if illogical. It's the kind of fractured compassion that devils are capable of. Recognition of pain without full comprehension of why it matters. Makima, watching all of this, sees confirmation of her theories about Denji's psychology. He is motivated by simple desires, yes, but those desires make him manipulable. His need for connection, for affection, for normal happiness. These are vulnerabilities that can be exploited, buttons that can be pushed to generate desired behaviors. The Reze incident has taught him to be more cautious, but it has also deepened his isolation, made him more dependent on the few stable relationships he has, primarily with Makima herself. She understands, perhaps better than Denji does, that this experience will drive him back toward her. She is the one constant in his life, the authority figure who provides stability even when everything else is chaos. His attachment to her will strengthen in the aftermath of Reze's betrayal and death, making him more compliant, more eager to please, more willing to do whatever she asks, because she represents the only reliable source of approval and care in his life. The Bomb Girl arc concludes with Denji returning to routine, to missions and training, and the daily operations of public safety devil hunting. But he's changed by the experience in ways that won't fully manifest until later. His capacity for trust has been damaged. His simple dreams of normal happiness have been complicated by the understanding that such happiness might be fundamentally incompatible with what he is and what he does. He still wants the same things: good food, comfort, affection, the basic pleasures of existence. But now those desires are haunted by the knowledge that pursuing them can lead to betrayal, that the people who seem to care might be enemies, that even genuine connection can end in sudden, violent death, orchestrated by forces beyond his control. The arc also establishes the international dimensions of devil operations, the reality that devils and hybrids are not just domestic concerns but strategic assets in geopolitical conflicts. Reze was a Soviet operative, which means the Soviet Union has devil programs sophisticated enough to create hybrids and deploy them for espionage and assassination. If the Soviets have such programs, other nations likely do as well. The world of Chainsaw Man is not just public safety versus devils. It's multiple governments competing for control of supernatural resources, willing to sacrifice their own operatives, to engage in covert warfare, to treat hybrids and devil hunters as disposable assets in larger strategic games. Denji, who just wanted to eat toast with jam and maybe hug a girl someday, is caught in the middle of this international shadow war. He's a weapon that multiple parties want to control or eliminate, and his simple desires make him vulnerable to exactly the kind of manipulation that Reze attempted. The fact that he survived this particular infiltration attempt is less about his cleverness and more about the fact that Reze's handlers decided to terminate her rather than risk her capture. The emotional resonance of the Bomb Girl arc lies in how it takes Denji's most innocent desire, connection with someone outside the violence of his profession, and demonstrates why such connections are dangerous in his world. He reached for normal happiness and got betrayal and death. The lesson is brutal. In the world of devil hunting, simple pleasures carry complex risks, and the cost of pursuing normalcy might be higher than he can afford to pay. As Division 4 moves forward to whatever missions come next, Denji carries this new wound alongside his physical scars. He's still the same person, in many ways. Still crude, still motivated by basic desires, still willing to fight with chainsaw directness. But he's also more isolated now, more wary, more aware that the life he wanted might be fundamentally impossible, given what he is and what he's become. The Bomb Girl arc is complete. Reze is dead, betrayed by her own people. Denji is heartbroken, betrayed by someone he trusted. And Makima watches it all with those enigmatic, ringed eyes, seeing her weapon being shaped through trauma, becoming more useful precisely because he's more damaged, more dependent on the few stable relationships that remain in his progressively narrowing world. The story continues, pulling Denji deeper into the darkness, teaching him with each arc that the simple happiness he craves exists at the end of a road paved with betrayal, loss, and the kind of emotional damage that regeneration cannot heal. He wanted to show Pochita his dreams. What he's showing Pochita instead is a nightmare, dressed in the trappings of employment and stability, where every achievement costs something irreplaceable, and every relationship carries the possibility of catastrophic loss. The death of Reze sends ripples through international devil operations that Denji cannot see or understand. He is, as always, operating at ground level, experiencing events without comprehending the larger strategic frameworks they exist within. But intelligence agencies across the world have been watching Chainsaw Man with increasing interest, and Reze's failed infiltration and subsequent execution represent a data point in calculations being made by people who view hybrids not as individuals, but as strategic assets or threats. What Denji does understand is that life has become more complicated and more dangerous in ways that go beyond normal devil hunting. Public safety increases security protocols. Makima issues warnings about potential foreign operatives. Division 4 is briefed on enhanced threat levels related to international interest in Chainsaw Man specifically. The implication is clear even to someone as tactically unsophisticated as Denji. Someone out there wants him dead or captured, and they have resources to deploy professional killers to achieve those objectives. The arc begins with an escalation, that exceeds anything public safety has dealt with before. Multiple foreign governments seeing Chainsaw Man as either a threat to be eliminated or an asset to be acquired, pool resources to create a multinational kill squad. These are not random assassins or conventional operatives. These are specialists in supernatural combat, people who hunt devils and devil hunters professionally, equipped with their own contracts and powers, and tactical training that makes them extraordinarily dangerous. The scope of the conspiracy is staggering. Assassins from multiple countries, America, China, Germany, Russia, and others, coordinate their efforts despite being from nations that are typically adversaries. The international devil hunting community has created a temporary alliance with a single shared objective: eliminate Chainsaw Man before he becomes an even larger variable in the complex equations of global, devil-related power. The first indication that something catastrophic is coming occurs through public safety's intelligence channels. Makima receives reports of unusual activity, known assassins entering Japan, devil hunters with international reputations being spotted in Tokyo, contracts being activated in patterns that suggest coordinated operations. The data suggests preparation for a large-scale assault, and the likely target is obvious even before analysis confirms it. They're coming for Denji. Makima's response is swift and comprehensive. She cannot prevent the attack entirely. The assassins are already in position, and attempting to engage them separately would be tactically foolish. Instead, she opts for a defensive strategy that concentrates public safety's resources around high-value targets, establishing protected zones where her people can respond as a coordinated force rather than being picked off individually. Division 4 is moved to a secure building, a public safety facility designed to be defensible, with controlled access points, reinforced structure, and positioning that favors defenders. The squad is briefed on the threat. Professional killers with devil contracts, likely operating in coordinated teams. Their objective is Denji's capture or elimination. Everyone in Division 4 is at risk, but Denji especially so. The logical response would be to hide, to move Denji to an unknown location, to make him impossible to find. But Makima chooses a different approach. She uses Denji as bait. The logic is cold, but strategically sound. The assassins are already in Tokyo, already coordinated, already committed to their operation. Hiding Denji might delay the confrontation, but won't prevent it. Better to create a situation where public safety controls the battlefield, where the enemy has to come to them, rather than choosing their own attack timing and location. By keeping Denji in a defensible position with significant backup, Makima turns the assassination attempt into a trap, where the hunters become the hunted. Denji, understanding that he's being used as bait, has complicated feelings about this arrangement. On one hand, it's terrifying. Multiple governments want him dead badly enough to send professional killers. On the other hand, at least public safety is being direct about the situation rather than lying to him about the danger. And there's something almost flattering, in a deeply messed up way, about being important enough that international assassins are being deployed specifically to kill you. The building becomes a fortress in preparation for the assault. Public safety positions its best devil hunters throughout the structure, experienced operatives with powerful contracts, tactical coordination, overlapping fields of fire, and defensive capabilities. Division 4 is the core element. but they're supported by specialists from other divisions, people whose entire careers have been devil hunting at the highest levels. If the assassins want Denji, they'll have to go through a gauntlet of public safety's most capable killers. The attack begins with terrifying coordination. Multiple entry points are breached simultaneously, suggesting the assassins have detailed intelligence about the building's layout and defensive positioning. They come in waves, specialized teams with specific objectives. Some focused on eliminating defending forces, others on locating and extracting or killing Denji, others on creating chaos that prevents effective coordination of public safety's response. Among the assassins are individuals whose powers and contracts represent the pinnacle of international devil hunting capability. There's the three brothers from Germany who share a devil contract that allows them to coordinate with supernatural precision, fighting as a single organism distributed across three bodies. There's Kwangsai from China, a hybrid whose speed and combat skill exceed almost anyone's, who moves through the building like a scalpel through flesh. There's the American Assassin Squad with their gun contracts and tactical gear, approaching the situation like a military operation. Each group represents their nation's best attempt at creating controllable supernatural violence. The battle transforms the public safety building into a war zone. Devils manifest throughout the structure. The assassins' contracted powers, creating zones of altered reality, spatial manipulation, direct violence that tears through walls and floors. Public safety responds with their own devils, and what results is a multi-layered combat scenario where supernatural abilities clash in ways that make conventional architecture irrelevant. Floors become battlegrounds, walls become temporary suggestions, and the building itself becomes a three-dimensional chessboard where every room might contain lethal opposition. Denji, at the center of this chaos, transforms into Chainsaw Man and fights with the desperate intensity of someone who understands he's the primary target. But this is different from previous fights. The assassins aren't devils, motivated by instinct or fear. They're professionals executing a mission, adaptable and strategic in ways that make them more dangerous than stronger but less intelligent opponents. When Chainsaw Man cuts through one threat, another appears from an unexpected angle. When he defends a position, the attack shifts to bypass that defense. He's fighting people who understand combat as a discipline rather than just violence. Aki and Power fight alongside Denji, defending their squad mate, because that's what you do, regardless of how annoying he might be personally. Aki's contracts, the Fox Devil and the Curse Devil, give him ranged power and guaranteed kills when he can set up the Curse Devil's three-strike ritual. Power's blood manipulation creates barriers and weapons, turning her own body's fluids into defensive and offensive tools. Together with Denji, they form Division 4's core combat capability, the nucleus that other public safety forces defend and support. The three brothers from Germany prove to be particularly dangerous opponents. Their shared contract creates a tactical nightmare. They coordinate with perfect precision, know exactly where each other is at all times, and can adapt their strategy in real time based on information from three simultaneous perspectives. Fighting them is like fighting a single enemy that can attack from three directions while defending multiple positions. Aki engages them with grim determination, trying to set up the Curse Devil ritual while avoiding their synchronized assaults. Quangxi, the Chinese hybrid, is perhaps the most dangerous single combatant among the assassins. She moves with speed that exceeds visual tracking, her hybrid transformation giving her capabilities that rival or exceed Denji's own. When she and Chainsaw Man clash, the combat occurs at velocities that blur into continuous motion. Chainsaws and hybrid blades meeting in exchanges too fast for normal perception to follow. She has a squad of fiends with her, devils in human bodies, each with specialized powers, forming a team that operates with practiced coordination. The American assassins approach the situation with military precision, using suppressing fire and tactical movement patterns that suggest actual armed forces, training adapted for supernatural combat. They have gun contracts, devils born from humanity's fear of firearms, which in this world is substantial and specific. These contracts give them enhanced accuracy, supernatural ammunition, guns that shouldn't be possible, but exist anyway, because fear makes them real. Public safety's defenders fight with equal desperation. This is their facility under attack, their colleagues being killed, their organization being assaulted by foreign powers who are violating every international agreement about non-interference in domestic devil hunting operations. The professional pride of public safety, devil hunters, already substantial, is magnified by the context of defending their territory against foreign invasion. The building becomes a maze of death. Every hallway might contain an ambush. Every room might be occupied by assassins or defenders. The vertical space becomes as important as the horizontal. Assassins rappel down elevator shafts. Public safety forces control stairwells. And combat occurs across multiple floors, simultaneously as different teams pursue their objectives through the three-dimensional architecture. Casualties mount on both sides. Public safety loses devil hunters, experienced operatives killed by professional assassins who are simply better in specific contexts. The assassins lose members as well. Public safety has home advantage, overwhelming numbers, and their own elite devil hunters who can match foreign killers in skill, if not always in power. Bodies accumulate. Devil blood mixes with human blood, and the building becomes a charnel house, where the only certainty is that fewer people will leave than entered. During the chaos, Denji has a realization that would be obvious to more tactically sophisticated fighters, but represents genuine insight for him. The assassins are coordinated, which means someone is coordinating them. There's a leader or leadership structure managing this operation, and that leadership is probably not inside the building getting their hands dirty. If he can identify and eliminate the coordinator, the assassination attempt might collapse into disorganized chaos that public safety can more easily contain. This insight leads him to a critical decision. Instead of staying in the defensive position where he's safest, he chooses to go on offense, to hunt for the operation's control element rather than passively waiting to be attacked. It's a risky strategy that abandons the advantages of public safety's defensive setup, but it also disrupts enemy expectations. They came here expecting to hunt him in a fortified building. They're less prepared for Chainsaw Man actively hunting them. He breaks through the building's exterior, literally chainsawing through walls to exit in an unexpected direction, and begins tracking the presence he's intuited must exist. The coordinator turns out to be Santa Claus, a figure whose name and appearance disguise something far more sinister than expected. Santa Claus is not what the name suggests. This is a devil cultist with contracts that grant extraordinary power through horrific sacrifices. Someone who has been orchestrating devil-related operations across international boundaries for decades. Santa Claus represents a different category of threat than the professional assassins. The assassins are skilled but ultimately human or hybrid in their limitations. Santa Claus operates on a different level entirely, having accumulated devil contracts through sustained sacrifice and suffering, building power through methods that most people would never stomach even if they understood them. This is someone who has traded humanity piece by piece for supernatural capability, becoming less human and more devil-adjacent with each contract. The confrontation between Chainsaw Man and Santa Claus occurs outside the building, away from the main battle, creating a separate conflict that will determine whether the assassination attempt continues or collapses. Santa Claus has the Cursed Devil, or a variant of it, among other contracted powers, along with the ability to transfer consciousness between bodies through ritual sacrifice. Killing this enemy once won't be sufficient. The consciousness can jump to prepared vessels, making Santa Claus functionally unkillable without destroying all possible host bodies. The fight is bizarre and nightmarish. Santa Claus creates dolls, humans transformed into puppet-like servants through devil power, that attack Denji while the coordinator remains distant, manipulating the battlefield through proxies. The dolls are ordinary people, civilians who have been converted into weapons without consent or choice, and destroying them means killing innocent victims of Santa Claus's powers. It's the kind of moral complication that would paralyze someone who thinks too deeply. But Denji's straightforward psychology makes the choice simpler. These dolls are trying to kill him, so he kills them, accepting the tragedy while refusing to let it prevent his survival. Meanwhile, back at the building, Aki faces the three brothers in a confrontation that will test the limits of the Cursed Devil contract. Setting up the three-strike curse ritual against enemies who coordinate perfectly is nearly impossible. They defend each other, interrupt his strikes, never give him the opening he needs for extended close combat. But Aki is willing to trade his lifespan freely, to use the Cursed Devil repeatedly if necessary, burning through his remaining years, because revenge and victory matter more than longevity. He manages the first strike on one brother, the second on another, creating a situation where the third brother is desperately trying to prevent the curse completion while maintaining their coordinated defense. The combat is intense, personal, a battle of millimeters and microseconds, where the difference between success and failure is measured in tiny margins. Aki sacrifices more of his lifespan, pushes his body beyond reasonable limits, and finally achieves the third strike. The Cursed Devil's power activates with supernatural certainty. The three brothers, connected by their shared contract, discover that the curse doesn't just target individuals, it propagates through their connection. One dies, then another, then the third, their shared bond becoming the mechanism of their collective execution. It's a devastating victory that costs Aki years he doesn't have. But the threat is eliminated. Power fights her own battles throughout the building, using blood manipulation to control space and create temporary advantages. She's not as strong as some opponents, not as skilled as professional assassins, but she's creative in ways that make her dangerous. Blood becomes spikes, shields, ropes, weapons, whatever tactical necessity demands. She saves colleagues, kills enemies, and survives through a combination of devil instinct and the quasi-human loyalty she's developed toward her squadmates. Quanxi, the Chinese hybrid, proves almost impossible to stop. She's too fast, too skilled, too experienced for most defenders to handle. She cuts through public safety forces like a scalpel, moving toward Denji's last known position with single-minded determination. When public safety's elite devil hunters engage her, she adapts and overcomes, demonstrating why she's considered among the most dangerous hybrids in international operations. Her confrontation with Denji, when it finally occurs, is a clash of different philosophies embodied in combat. Quanxi fights with refined technique, every movement economical and precisely calculated. ChainSaw Man fights with raw aggression, overwhelming force applied without subtlety or hesitation. Technique versus power, skill versus persistence, and the outcome is not predetermined. Both approaches have advantages, and the victor will be whoever can impose their combat philosophy on the engagement. The battle between them tears through whatever environment they occupy, their hybrid powers operating at the extreme limits of supernatural capability. Quanxi's speed forces ChainSaw Man to fight defensively, unable to predict or track her movements with sufficient precision to land clean hits. ChainSaw Man's power forces Quanxi to maintain distance, unwilling to risk extended close combat where those chainsaws can touch her. It's a stalemate that can only be broken by someone making a mistake or taking a calculated risk. Denji, characteristically, chooses the latter. He allows Quanxi to strike him, deliberately takes damage that would kill a normal person to create an opening where his chainsaws can reach her. It's the kind of trade that only makes sense if you can regenerate from nearly any injury, and it catches Quanxi off guard. Her blade cuts deep, but not deep enough to prevent ChainSaw Man's counterattack, and suddenly she's wounded, her speed compromised, her tactical advantage eroding. The fight concludes with brutal finality. ChainSaw Man, bleeding and damaged, but still functional, delivers a stress that Quanxi can no longer dodge. The chainsaws find flesh, cut through defenses that speed alone cannot maintain, and one of the most dangerous hybrids in the world falls. Her fiend squad tries to intervene, but they're overwhelmed by public safety forces who have been waiting for exactly this opportunity. Back with Santa Claus, Denji's fight has become progressively more nightmarish. The coordinator has activated contracts that transform the battlefield into something approaching hell. Dolls everywhere, reality warping under devil influence. The line between physical and supernatural combat dissolving into chaos that defies tactical analysis. Santa Claus is willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve objectives, creating zones of horror that would break less determined fighters. But Denji has the advantage of having already lived through hell. His poverty, his death, his resurrection. These experiences have created psychological resilience that exceeds normal bounds. Horror is just another thing to cut through. Impossibility is just another challenge that chainsaws might solve. He pushes forward through the nightmare, literally cutting his way through devil powers and transformed humans and spatial distortions, moving towards Santa Claus with mechanical persistence. The confrontation reaches its climax when Denji finally corners the coordinator, only to discover the body-swapping mechanism. Santa Claus transfers consciousness to a new host at the moment of death, continuing the fight from a fresh body, while the previous vessel falls as an empty corpse. It's a power that should make victory impossible. How do you kill someone who can't stay dead? Denji's solution is characteristically direct. Keep killing until there are no more bodies to transfer to. It's not elegant, not efficient, possibly not even sane, but it's actionable. He begins a systematic assault on every potential vessel, cutting down dolls and cultists, and anyone who might be a transfer target, reducing the available host pool until Santa Claus has nowhere left to go. The final body swap puts Santa Claus's consciousness into someone unexpected, one of the German assassins or a Japanese cultist. The details matter less than the result. When this final host dies, there are no more prepared vessels. The consciousness cannot transfer because there's nowhere to transfer to. Santa Claus, finally, actually dies. Not just one body, but the entire distributed consciousness, extinguished through Denji's relentless elimination of all alternative hosts. With Santa Claus dead and Guangxi defeated, the assassination attempt collapses. The remaining foreign assassins recognize that their operation has failed catastrophically. The coordinator is dead, the most powerful hybrid is down, and they're now just foreign operatives in hostile territory with no viable path to mission success. Those who can retreat do so, abandoning the building and trying to reach extraction points before public safety can capture them. Those who can't retreat are killed or captured, becoming intelligence assets or corpses depending on how cooperatively they surrender. The building is a disaster. Public safety has won, but the victory costs are staggering. Dozens of devil hunters are dead. The facility itself is structurally compromised, requiring extensive repair or possibly demolition. The political fallout will be enormous. Multiple foreign governments just committed acts of war by sending assassins into Japan to attack a domestic organization, and the diplomatic consequences will reverberate through international relations for months or years. But Denji is alive. Chainsaw Man survived an organized international assassination attempt, killed or defeated multiple elite operatives, and emerged as an even more terrifying legend in the international devil hunting community. The very attempt to eliminate him as a threat has instead confirmed his status as perhaps the most dangerous hybrid in existence, not because he's the strongest or most skilled, but because he simply will not stop, cannot be deterred, and approaches combat with a mindset that makes conventional tactical analysis inadequate. Makima surveys the aftermath with her characteristic composure. From her perspective, the operation was largely successful. Yes, there were casualties, but casualties are expected in conflicts of this scale. The enemy failed to achieve their objective. Denji lives. Public safety's capabilities are demonstrated, and foreign governments have been forced to confront the reality that Chainsaw Man cannot be easily eliminated or controlled. The message sent by this defense is clear. Don't fuck with public safety, and definitely don't fuck with Makima's assets. She personally oversees the interrogation of captured assassins, extraction of intelligence about international devil programs, and analysis of how foreign governments are responding to devil-related threats. The information gained from captured operatives and deceased enemies will reshape public safety's understanding of the global landscape. revealing capabilities and strategies that were previously hidden behind operational security. For Denji, the arc represents another milestone in understanding what being Chainsaw Man actually means. He's not just a devil hunter doing a job. He's a strategic asset that governments want to control or eliminate. Someone whose very existence has become a factor in international relations and covert operations. The simple life he wanted is impossibly distant now. Every time he thinks he's achieved stability, something catastrophic happens to remind him that being Chainsaw Man means being targeted, being used, being pulled into conflicts whose scope exceeds his comprehension. Aki, surviving the battle, but having burned through more of his lifespan, has the grim satisfaction of another successful mission and the bitter knowledge that he's closer to death with each victory. The Cursed Devil contract is powerful, but the cost compounds with every use. He's trading his future for present survival, and the mathematics of that exchange are becoming increasingly unfavorable. He has maybe a handful of years left, probably less, and every mission that forces him to use the Cursed Devil shortens that remaining time. Power, having survived through a combination of luck and competence, is unusually subdued. Even for a devil, there's something disturbing about combat at this scale. Watching professional killers work, seeing how easily death comes to even experienced devil hunters, she's developing what might be actual concern for her squad mates. Not in a human empathetic sense, but in a devil's pragmatic recognition that losing allies makes survival harder. The International Assassin's Arc establishes that Chainsaw Man exists in a world where power creates attention, and attention from powerful entities is inherently dangerous. Foreign governments see him as a threat or an opportunity, and either assessment results in attempts to control or eliminate him. His existence has become political in ways that transcend his personal desires or understanding. The arc also demonstrates public safety's capability for defensive operations at scale. When attacked by coordinated international forces, they successfully defended their position, killed or captured enemy operatives, and sent a clear message about their organizational competence. This establishes public safety not just as a domestic devil hunting agency, but as an international power player capable of withstanding assault from foreign governments' best covert operatives. The gun. Devil has been a specter haunting the narrative since the beginning, a name invoked to explain trauma and justify revenge, a force so catastrophic that its very existence reshapes international relations and devil hunting priorities. Aki's entire motivation has been built around eventually confronting this devil, trading years of his life through dangerous contracts for the chance to face the creature that murdered his family. The gun devil is not just another devil threat. It is the devil threat, the apex predator of the fear hierarchy, born from humanity's terror of firearms, weaponized into apocalyptic manifestation. But the gun devil, as previously understood, is not a unified entity. Years ago, it manifested with such devastating power that it killed over 1 million people in mere minutes. Its assault on reality so overwhelming that conventional military responses were meaningless. Governments managed to drive it back, not through victory, but through desperate measures that fragmented its body, scattering pieces across the world. These fragments became objects of international competition. Every major power collects gun devil pieces, accumulating them both to prevent others from using them and to potentially reconstitute the full devil under controlled circumstances. This is the context within which the Gun Devil arc begins. Public safety, having survived the international assassins attack, turns its attention back to primary objectives. Makima, who has been orchestrating operations with purposes not fully revealed, decides that the time has come to make a move against the Gun Devil itself, not the fragments, not the shadow of its past manifestation, but the actual devil, or whatever can be assembled from the pieces that various governments have been hoarding. The operation requires international cooperation of a sort, or at minimum, requires us forcing that cooperation through circumstances that leave governments no choice but to comply. Makima has been positioning for this confrontation through her entire tenure at public safety, accumulating power and resources and favors that can now be called in for this singular purpose. She presents the plan to Japanese government officials with the kind of confidence that suggests the outcome is predetermined, that she's not asking permission so much as informing them of what will occur. For Denji, the Gun Devil has always been somewhat abstract. Aki's obsession, a historical catastrophe, a devil that explains why gun fears are so potent in this world, but he's never had personal stake in confronting it beyond the general obligation to fight devils that threaten Japan. That's about to change in ways that will shatter whatever emotional stability he's managed to construct since his resurrection. Makima explains to Division 4 that they will be involved in operations against the Gun Devil. The phrasing is careful, bureaucratic, the kind of mission briefing that obscures as much as it reveals. Aki, hearing this, experiences something like vindication mixed with terror. This is what he's been waiting for, preparing for, sacrificing for. The chance to face his family's killer. But the reality of actually confronting the Gun Devil is different from fantasizing about revenge. This is the devil that killed millions in minutes. This is power that makes every other devil they've faced seem trivial by comparison. The operation begins with intelligence gathering and positioning. Public safety coordinates with other divisions, assembles its most powerful devil hunters, activates contracts with devils that are normally too dangerous or expensive to use regularly. Makima herself will be directly involved in the operation, which is unusual. She typically operates from command positions, directing operations rather than participating in frontline combat. Her decision to personally engage suggests either extraordinary confidence or recognition that this threat requires her specific capabilities. What public safety doesn't fully communicate to Division 4 is the extent to which Makima has been manipulating events to reach this point. The international assassins' attack wasn't just an enemy assault to be defended against. It was an opportunity to weaken foreign governments' positions, to eliminate their devil-hunting assets, to create situations where they would be forced to negotiate from weakness rather than strength. Every operation, every mission, every seeming crisis has been part of a larger strategy to position Makima with maximum leverage for this confrontation. As preparations continue, Aki becomes increasingly withdrawn. He's close now to the goal that has defined his entire adult life, and the proximity creates strange emotional states. What happens after revenge? If he succeeds in helping kill the Gun Devil, what purpose will he have? His contracts have already shortened his lifespan dramatically. The Fox Devil no longer speaks to him after he overused their contract, and the Curse Devil has claimed years he can't afford to lose. He's operating on borrowed time, body held together by determination and devil power, racing toward a confrontation that might kill him, even if it succeeds. Denji notices Aki's state, but lacks the emotional intelligence to properly address it. He tries in his own clumsy way to connect, to offer something like friendship, or at least acknowledgement that they've been through significant trauma together. Aki appreciates the effort, even while recognizing its inadequacy. They've become something like brothers through shared combat and loss, bound by the kind of relationship that only forms when you've repeatedly saved each other's lives under circumstances that should have killed you both. Power, too, senses the shift in atmosphere. She's developed enough quasi-human psychology to recognize when her squad mates are approaching something dangerous, something that carries weight beyond normal missions. She doesn't fully understand human attachment or the concept of revenge, but she understands that Aki is preparing for something that might kill him, and somewhere in her devil brain, she's disturbed by that possibility. The Gun Devil's location is identified through a combination of intelligence work and Makima's mysterious capabilities. It's not in Japan, but in America, or rather, the largest concentration of Gun Devil fragments is controlled by the American government, which has been attempting to weaponize the devil for its own purposes. The operation will require coordination with or circumvention of American authorities, a diplomatic nightmare that Makima handles with disturbing ease. She speaks to people Denji never sees, makes agreements that aren't shared with Division 4, and arranges circumstances such that the assault on the Gun Devil becomes viable. When the actual confrontation begins, it's not through conventional assault, but through Makima's activation of a contract that operates on scales Denji cannot comprehend. She has powers that go beyond normal devil contracts, abilities that suggest she's not merely a skilled devil hunter, but something else entirely. She uses Japanese citizens, thousands of them, calling in favors and obligations that span the entire population, as resources for an attack that weaponizes life itself against the Gun Devil. The technique is horrifying in its implications. Makima speaks names, and people die. Not people she knows personally, not volunteers who accepted risk. Random citizens whose lives she spends like ammunition, killing them to power an attack that reaches across the Pacific Ocean to strike at the Gun Devil in America. Each name spoken is a life extinguished, a person erased from existence as fuel for supernatural violence. It's murder on an industrial scale, sacrifice without consent, the kind of power that should not exist, and definitely should not be in the hands of someone in a government position. Aki watches this and begins to understand that Makima is not what she has pretended to be. She's not a benevolent authority figure who cares about her devil hunters. She's something else, something that treats human life as a resource to be expended according to calculation rather than any moral framework. The revelation is shattering, but there's no time to process it. The Gun Devil is responding to the attack, and its response is apocalyptic. The Gun Devil manifests, or perhaps more accurately, the fragments coalesce into something approaching its original power. It appears in America, and its mere presence begins killing people, not through targeted attack, but through its existence. Bullets firing in all directions from its body, moving with supernatural speed and precision, each round finding human targets with impossible accuracy. The Gun Devil kills thousands in seconds. Its body a weapon that operates continuously, firing without pause, without reload, without any limitation except the physical constraints of how many bullets can occupy the same space simultaneously. The devastation is captured through fragmented reports, information flowing into public safety's command center in real time. Cities experience casualty events that exceed conventional disasters. The death toll climbs from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands. The numbers scrolling across screens like stock market tickers tracking the apocalypse. This is what the gun devil actually means. Not a devil that can be fought conventionally, but a catastrophe that occurs faster than response, that kills on scales that make individual combat meaningless. Makima's attack has wounded it, forced it into materialization where it's vulnerable. But vulnerable is relative when discussing devils of this magnitude. The gun devil, even wounded, even fragmented, is still the most dangerous devil in existence. It needs to be destroyed completely, which means someone has to actually engage it in close combat, has to get close enough to that storm of bullets to deliver killing force. This is where Aki's obsession becomes tragedy. Makima engages the gun devil directly, using a devastating combination of contracts and sacrificed lives to assault the devil across international space. The battle occurs on scales that individual devil hunters cannot participate in. This is power meeting power at levels that make human involvement irrelevant. Aki, positioned with Makima's forces, witnesses the confrontation between his employer and the devil that destroyed his family. The gun devil's counterattack is apocalyptic. It advances toward Makima's position, killing countless civilians in its path, destroying portions of cities as it moves. When it finally reaches range to strike at Makima herself, it fires with devastating precision. The attack kills Makima temporarily, as her contract with the Prime Minister of Japan transfers her deaths to random citizens. And in the carnage of that assault, Aki is caught in the crossfire. He dies not in a heroic confrontation, not facing the gun devil in single combat, but as collateral damage in a battle between forces far beyond his capacity to effect. His quest for revenge ends without satisfaction, without even the dignity of facing his family's killer directly. He is simply killed. Another casualty in the gun devil's rampage, his death as meaningless and sudden as the deaths of his family years before. Except death is not the end for Aki, cannot be the end, because Makima has been planning this outcome with horrifying precision. The gun devil, in killing Aki, creates an opportunity. A human devil hunter, killed by the gun devil, body fresh and still warm. This is exactly the kind of vessel that devils can possess. And there's a fragment of the gun devil right there, separated from the main body, small enough to possess a human corpse, but large enough to create a powerful fiend. What manifests is the gun fiend. Aki's body, no longer containing Aki's consciousness, now hosting a devil made of fear and violence. The gun fiend looks like Aki, but isn't him. It has his face, his body structure, but the eyes are wrong. The movements are wrong. Everything about it screams wrongness, despite the familiar appearance. Guns protrude from its body, from its head, from its arms, biological firearms that are simultaneously organs and weapons. It's a walking nightmare that wears Aki's corpse as a costume, and it's heading toward Japan with the singular purpose of causing maximum destruction. This is the nightmare scenario that Makima has engineered. She knew Aki would die confronting the gun devil. She knew the gun devil fragment would possess his corpse. She knew the resulting gun fiend would return to Japan, and she knew that when it did, there would be only one person capable of stopping it, Denji, who would have to kill his friend's body to prevent the fiend from destroying everything. When Division 4 learns about the gun fiend's approach, the implications hit with devastating force. Power understands first her devil instincts. Recognizing the horror of what's coming, Denji, slower to process complex emotional scenarios, needs it explained. Aki is dead, but his body is possessed by a gun devil fragment, and that fiend is coming here, and someone has to stop it, and that someone is going to be Denji, because he's the only one powerful enough. Denji refuses to accept this. Aki isn't dead. He can't be dead. Not like this. Not possessed by the very devil he wanted to kill. There has to be a mistake. Has to be some way to save him. To exorcise the devil from his body without killing what remains. But the reality is merciless. The Aki, who was their squad mate, who fought beside them, who cared about them despite his serious demeanor, that person is gone. What's coming is just a devil wearing his face. The gun fiend enters Japan, and public safety mobilizes every available resource to contain it. But the fiend has power that exceeds normal devil threats, and it's heading directly toward population centers where it can cause maximum casualties. Public safety tries to intercept, to slow it down, to give evacuation time, and devil hunters die trying. The gun fiend's power is a fraction of the gun devil's full strength, but still overwhelming by any standard below that absolute apex. Denji is deployed to confront it because there's no one else. Makima issues the order with her characteristic calm, and Denji obeys because that's what he does. He follows orders, fights devils, does his job, but this time the job is killing his friend, or what used to be his friend, and the psychological weight of that assignment is crushing. The confrontation occurs in urban space that becomes a battleground. Chainsaw Man faces the gun fiend, and the combat is nightmarish in ways that transcend physical violence. Every time Denji looks at his opponent, he sees Aki's face. Every strike he delivers is against a body that he's fought alongside, that he's saved and been saved by. The chainsaws cut through gun fiend flesh, and it's Aki bleeding, Aki being torn apart, even though Aki's consciousness isn't there anymore. The gun fiend fights with mechanical efficiency, guns firing continuously, trying to kill Chainsaw Man through overwhelming firepower. But Denji has fought through worse, has survived being shot before, and his regeneration allows him to push through bullet wounds that would stop anyone else. He cuts and cuts and cuts, tearing through the gun fiend's body, trying to destroy it quickly, trying to make this horror end as fast as possible. But the gun fiend has one more cruelty to inflict. As it's dying, as the gun devil fragment is being destroyed, it creates an illusion or dying dream. Aki's consciousness surfaces for a moment, or something that seems like his consciousness. Denji experiences what appears to be Aki's final thoughts. A vision of a peaceful life that Aki always wanted, but never achieved. A world where he didn't die hunting devils, where he grew old with people he cared about. In this vision, they're just normal people. Denji and Aki are brothers in a mundane sense, not squad mates or colleagues, but actual family, and they're engaged in simple, ordinary conflict. A snowball fight childish and pointless and beautiful because it's so removed from the violence of their actual lives. Aki is smiling in the vision, genuinely happy, experiencing the kind of peace that was impossible in reality. And then the vision ends. Aki's consciousness, or illusion, or whatever it was, fading as the gun fiend dies completely. Denji stands over Aki's body, finally still, no longer possessed, just a corpse. The fight is over. The gun fiend is destroyed. Public safety will count this as a victory. A major devil's threat eliminated. The gun devil's power reduced. Catastrophic casualties prevented. But for Denji, there's no victory here. He just killed his friend. Maybe Aki was already dead. Maybe the person he knew was gone the moment the gun devil first struck. But the fact remains that Denji's chainsaws cut through Aki's body, that he was the one who ended whatever remained. The emotional devastation is complete. Denji has lost friends before. Himeno sacrificed herself. Reze betrayed and died. But this is different. This is being forced to personally execute someone he cared about. Someone who was as close to family as his post-resurrection life has allowed. And it was orchestrated, deliberate, arranged by Makima, with full knowledge of how it would traumatize everyone involved. Power is there in the aftermath. Witnessing the body, understanding that Aki won't be coming back, even for a devil. There's something disturbing about this outcome. She's lost a squad mate, someone whose presence was constant, even when his personality was difficult. The dissolution of Division 4's original core, Himeno gone, Aki dead. Just Denji and power left from the group that started this journey is a tangible loss that creates emptiness in the organizational structure and in whatever approximations of relationships they had formed. Makima arrives to assess the aftermath, and there's something in her demeanor that Denji begins to recognize as wrong. She's not grieving. She's not disturbed by how this played out. If anything, she seems satisfied, like an experiment has produced expected results. Her evaluation of the situation is purely tactical. The gun fiend is neutralized, the threat is contained, operational objectives are achieved. The human cost, the emotional trauma, the fact that she effectively murdered Aki by sending him on a suicide mission, none of that registers as concern. This is when Denji starts to truly see Makima for what she is. Not the benevolent authority figure who saved him from poverty, not the kind supervisor who praised his efforts, but something else. Something that views people as tools, that orchestrates tragedy to achieve objectives, that treats human life and death as variables in equations she's solving. The mask hasn't fully fallen yet, but cracks are showing. And what's visible through those cracks is deeply disturbing. The Gun Devil arc concludes not with triumph, but with hollow victory and profound loss. The Gun Devil's power has been reduced, its fragments scattered further. The immediate threat neutralized. Public safety will report success. International governments will reassess their strategies around Gun Devil fragments. The operational outcome is positive by every metric that matters to organizations and nations. But on the personal level, in the space where individual lives exist, with their own meanings and values, the arc is pure tragedy. Aki spent his impure adult life pursuing revenge against the Gun Devil, traded years of his existence for the power to confront it, and died without achieving that revenge, died and was possessed by the very devil he hated, forced in death to serve the thing that destroyed his family. His body became a weapon against the city he was trying to protect, and his closest friend had to kill him to stop the rampage. For Denji, the arc represents the beginning of understanding that Makima's kindness was always conditional, always strategic, that he's been groomed and manipulated since the moment she found him in that warehouse. She saved him, yes, gave him food and shelter and purpose, but she did so to create a weapon she could deploy at will, someone whose loyalty and attachment made him controllable. The life he thought he had built is revealed as constructed, every piece positioned deliberately by someone whose objectives go far beyond what he's been allowed to see. The Gunda Devil, as a concept and a threat, is reduced but not eliminated. Fragments remain. Governments still pursue them. The fear that births and sustains the devil continues to exist. In some ways, the confrontation has changed nothing except the body count. The world continues to fear guns, continue to create the devil through that fear, and the cycle perpetuates regardless of how many fragments are destroyed or what tragedies occur in pursuit of safety. But for the individuals caught in this cycle, for Denji, who now carries the weight of killing his friend, for Power, who has lost another person she'd developed attachment to, for the memory of Aki, whose quest for revenge ended in the worst possible way. The Gun Devil arc is a wound that will never fully heal. It's the kind of trauma that reshapes personality, that makes trust impossible, that demonstrates how little control anyone has over circumstances orchestrated by beings like Makima, who operate on scales and with goals that exceed normal human comprehension. The arc ends with Denji holding Aki's body, or standing over it, or walking away from it. The specific physical position matters less than the emotional state. Broken, grieving, beginning to understand that everything he believed about his life and his purpose has been built on lies and manipulation. Makima watches with those ringed eyes that see too much, satisfied with outcomes that advance her agenda while destroying the people she's supposed to protect. The Gun Devil arc is complete. Aki is dead. The Gun Devil's threat is diminished, and Denji moves forward toward the final confrontation, toward truths that will tear apart whatever remains of the life he thought he had, toward revelations that will force him to choose between accepting comfortable lies and embracing terrible truths. The story accelerates toward its climax. The pieces are in position, and everything that seemed stable or safe is revealed as constructed fiction, manipulation disguised as kindness, control masquerading as care. The Gun Devil is gone, but the real devil, the one who has been orchestrating everything from the beginning, is about to show her true face. In the aftermath of Aki's death, in the hollow space left by forcing Denji to kill his friend's possessed body, something fundamental breaks inside Denji's psyche. The simple boy who just wanted food and comfort, and maybe some affection, has been pushed past limits that should not be crossed. Trauma layered upon trauma until the foundation of his identity begins to crack. He has killed his friend. He has been used as a weapon against someone he cared about. And the person responsible for engineering this horror is Makima, the woman he trusted, the authority figure who saved him, the one person whose approval meant more to him than almost anything. But the cracks in Makima's benevolent facade have become chasms. Denji's grief is too profound, his emerging awareness too developed, for the manipulation to continue seamlessly. He begins to see patterns he couldn't perceive before, connections between events that seemed random but were actually orchestrated. Every mission, every loss, every moment of pain. How much of it was engineered by Makima to achieve objectives he wasn't allowed to understand? How much of his life since resurrection has been genuine versus constructed? These questions torment him in ways that physical combat never has. He can handle being cut, shot, eaten by devils. His body regenerates. His will to survive persists, regardless of injury. But this psychological assault, this realization that the person he trusted most has been manipulating him from the beginning, using his simple desires and desperate need for approval as control mechanisms. This is damage that regeneration cannot heal, wounds that cut deeper than any chainsaw blade. Power is with him through this emotional collapse, and her presence is unexpectedly vital. She's a devil. She doesn't fully understand human grief or betrayal, but she recognizes that Denji is broken in ways that make him vulnerable. And somewhere in her devil psychology, something like loyalty or affection or, at minimum, pragmatic concern has developed. She stays close, provides what limited comfort her alien psychology allows, and watches for threats, because Denji is currently too shattered to properly defend himself. This is the context in which Makima makes her move, the final play in a game she's been directing since the moment she found Denji in that warehouse covered in zombie devil blood. She no longer needs to maintain the facade of benevolent supervisor. Denji has served his purposes, demonstrated his capabilities, been useful as a weapon and as bait and as a tool for eliminating threats to her actual plans. Now, it's time for the truth. And the truth is monstrous in ways that exceed even the horrors Denji has already witnessed. Makima reveals herself not as a devil hunter, or even as someone who contracts with devils, but as a devil herself. The control devil, born from humanity's fear of control, of domination, of losing autonomy to forces beyond resistance. She has been embedded in public safety since before Denji's resurrection, operating at the highest levels of Japanese government, wielding authority that seemed human but was always supernatural. Every interaction with her carried the weight of her devil nature, the way people obeyed without question, the way her presence commanded compliance, the way she seemed to know things she shouldn't be able to know. The control devil's power operates through mechanisms that make conventional combat irrelevant. She can dominate beings she considers inferior, forcing their obedience through supernatural compulsion. She has contracts with devils that exceed normal limitations, binding them to her service through her nature as a devil of control. She has been using public safety as infrastructure for her actual goals, employing devil hunters as unwitting pawns in schemes whose scope they cannot comprehend. And Denji was never an employee or protege or anything resembling a person with agency in his relationship with Makima. He was a tool being shaped, a weapon being prepared, groomed through calculated kindness to become obedient and controllable. His desperate need for approval, his gratitude for food and shelter, his confused attraction to her, all of it was leveraged to create dependency that made him easier to manipulate. But there's something else. Something that explains Makima's extraordinary investment of effort and resources in controlling specifically Denji, she reveals her interest in Chainsaw Man, not the person Denji, but the devil Pochita, the chainsaw devil who lives inside Denji's chest, who merged with him in that warehouse, who has been his heart and power source throughout everything. The evidence suggests Pochita represents something unique in the devil hierarchy, something that other devils fear in ways that transcend normal power dynamics. The Chainsaw Devil possesses an ability unlike any other devils. When Chainsaw Man devours another devil, that devil is erased from existence, not merely killed, erased conceptually, removed from reality, such that the fear creating them ceases to exist. This ability suggests a form of deletion on a metaphysical level, the capacity to unmake concepts by consuming them. From the perspective of devils who typically reincarnate after death, this represents true, permanent death, making Chainsaw Man perhaps the most dangerous being in their world. Makima, the control devil, wants to use this power, not to erase specific devils, but to reshape reality itself by selectively removing concepts from existence. Death, suffering, conflict. These things exist because humans fear them, and those fears create devils. If Chainsaw Man could be controlled, directed to consume specific devils, then the concepts those devils represent would vanish. Makima envisions a world better through subtraction, reality edited by erasing the parts she deems undesirable. It's a vision that might seem benevolent on the surface. Who wouldn't want a world without death, without suffering? But the implications are totalitarian nightmare. Makima would decide what exists and what doesn't, which concepts humans are allowed to fear, and which are deleted from possibility. She would become God architect of reality, using Chainsaw Man as her tool for cosmic censorship. And she needs Denji because Pochita merged with him, because the Chainsaw Devil's power is bound to this simple human boy whose desires and personality make him seem controllable. But she has miscalculated something fundamental about Denji, or perhaps more accurately, about the nature of his bond with Pochita. Their contract wasn't based on power-seeking or ambition. It was based on love, pure, simple love between a boy and his devil friend who asked only to see his dreams. That foundation creates resistance to control that Makima, for all her power and intelligence, doesn't fully appreciate until too late. The final confrontation begins, not with Denji attacking Makima, but with Makima asserting control over everyone around her. Public safety devil hunters, Denji's colleagues, people he's worked alongside, become her weapons, attacking him under her compulsion. She demonstrates her power through their forced obedience, showing Denji how thoroughly she controls the organization he thought was his home. Every devil hunter in Japan becomes a potential enemy because she can dominate them, force them to fight against Chainsaw Man regardless of their actual loyalties or desires. Denji transforms, chainsaws erupting from his arms and head, and fights through waves of controlled devil hunters who attack with genuine intent to kill. It's nightmarish combat where every enemy is someone he might know, where every chainsaw strike cuts through people who are victims of Makima's control rather than genuine enemies. He's forced to hurt or kill colleagues to defend himself, adding more trauma to psychological wounds that already exceed his capacity to process. Power is with him through the initial assault, using her blood manipulation to defend and support. But Makima has planned for this. The Control Devil's preparation is exhaustive. She knows Power's capabilities, knows her limits, has positioned resources to overwhelm her. Power fights desperately, creatively, using blood with the kind of skill that comes from genuine combat experience. But she's outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Makima's controlled forces close in, and Power finds herself in the same situation that Himeno faced. One final sacrifice that might save her friend, but Power's sacrifice is different from Himeno's. The Ghost Devil took Himeno completely, consumed her in exchange for temporary power. Power has the capacity to do something else, something that devils rarely offer and humans rarely receive. She makes a contract with Denji based not on exploitation, but on genuine affection developed through shared experience. As she's dying, as Makima's forces tear her apart, Power reaches out to Denji with her blood. She offers him a contract that transcends normal devil-human bargaining. She will give him access to her power, to blood manipulation that can rival or exceed what she's capable of. And in exchange, she asks only that he find her again someday. Devils reincarnate when they die, their consciousness returning in hell, before eventually manifesting back in the human world. Power knows she'll die here, knows this body is finished, but she also knows she'll exist again eventually. And when she does, she wants Denji to find her, to remind her of who she was, to give her back the memories of their time together. It's a contract based on hope rather than fear, on friendship rather than transaction. Power is offering power not because she's being coerced, but because she chooses to. Because somewhere in her devil psychology, she's developed something like love for this stupid, simple human who treated her like a squad mate rather than a monster. Her last words are characteristically power, grandiose, self-aggrandizing, but carrying genuine emotion beneath the bluster. She tells Denji he should feel honored that the great power has given him her blood, that he better not waste this gift, that he absolutely has to find her when she reincarnates. And then she's gone. Not consumed like Himeno, but simply dead, her body collapsing, her consciousness departing toward whatever existence devils experience after death. Denji holds her corpse, experiences the weight of another loss, another person who cared about him, taken away by circumstances, orchestrated by Makima's schemes. Division 4 is gone now. Himeno sacrificed, Aki murdered and possessed, Power killed protecting him. Everyone he developed bonds with through public safety has been systematically destroyed, and the person responsible is standing right there, watching his grief with those ringed eyes that see everything and feel nothing. Makima expects this loss to break Denji completely, to make him pliable, to open the way for her to assert control over ChainSaw Man. Grief should make him vulnerable, should strip away his resistance, should allow her to dominate him the way she dominates every other being she encounters. But something unexpected happens instead. Denji refuses to give her Pochita. It's not a strategic decision or a tactical calculation. It's something deeper, more fundamental. Pochita is his friend, his heart literally, the being who saved his life and asked only to see his dreams. Power just sacrificed herself to give him strength. Aki died for nothing because Makima manipulated everyone into tragedy. And Denji, in this moment of absolute loss, chooses to fight rather than submit, not because he thinks he can win. Makima is overwhelmingly powerful, controls armies of devil hunters and contracted devils, operates on levels that make conventional combat meaningless. He fights because surrendering means betraying Poeta, means letting Makima use his friend as a tool for reshaping reality. And that's not acceptable, regardless of the odds. The battle between Chainsaw Man and the Control Devil is not a fair fight. Makima has been preparing for this confrontation for months or years, has accumulated power and positioned resources specifically for overwhelming Chainsaw Man. She attacks with controlled devil hunters who have no choice but to fight. She deploys contracted devils whose powers create zones of impossible combat. She uses her control abilities directly, trying to dominate Denji, to force his submission through supernatural compulsion. But Chainsaw Man has something Makima didn't account for: Power's blood flowing through his system, giving him access to blood manipulation that creates new tactical options. He can harden blood into armor, into weapons, into shields that block attacks Makima throws at him. The blood responds to his will with the same intensity that Power fought with, and it carries something of her spirit, her refusal to be controlled or dominated, even by beings vastly more powerful. The combat moves through Tokyo, their battle causing collateral damage on scales that make previous fights seem restrained. Makima deploys angels, literally celestial beings from devil hierarchies whose powers operate on conceptual levels. Chainsaw Man tears through them with mechanical persistence. Chainsaws cutting through supernatural flesh, refusing to stop despite overwhelming opposition. Buildings collapse, city blocks become war zones, and civilians flee from combat between forces that exceed human scale. Makima begins to understand that conventional overwhelming force isn't working. Chainsaw Man's persistence exceeds logical bounds. He should be exhausted, should be dead, should at minimum recognize futility and surrender. But he keeps fighting, keeps cutting, keeps moving forward with the same simple determination that has characterized him since resurrection. She escalates, deploying devils of increasing power, sacrificing controlled humans to fuel attacks, burning through resources with the confidence of someone who has always won through superior power and strategic positioning. And still, Chainsaw Man continues. He's wounded repeatedly, regenerating from injuries that would kill anyone else, his body sustained by Pochita's heart and Power's blood, and sheer refusal to accept defeat. The combat becomes endurance test rather than tactical engagement. Makima trying to overwhelm him through attrition, Denji trying to survive long enough to find some vulnerability, some angle of attack that might actually work against a devil whose power makes her functionally invincible. The turning point comes not through superior combat ability, but through Denji's characteristic lateral thinking. He recognizes in the midst of being overwhelmed by her power that the Control Devil's abilities have limitations. She can dominate beings she considers inferior, can force their obedience through supernatural compulsion, but her power is rooted in her perception of superiority, in the psychological framework that allows control to function. If she doesn't perceive someone as inferior, if her devil nature doesn't categorize them as subject to domination, then her control abilities might not work as thoroughly. The solution Denji arrives at is characteristically crude and profoundly strategic. He needs to make Makima unable to perceive him as inferior, needs to change his status in her devil psychology such that her control abilities lose purchase. But how do you achieve that against a being who has orchestrated your entire life, who knows your capabilities and limitations better than you know them yourself, who has countered every strategy before you've even thought of it? Denji's answer is to attack not with chainsaws, but with something Makima cannot predict or control: genuine, unmanipulated human emotion. He refuses to hate her despite everything she's done, refuses to reduce their relationship to manipulator and victim, refuses to give her the straightforward enemy dynamic she expects. Instead, he acknowledges that she gave him things he desperately needed, that her manipulation included genuine benefits, that the life she constructed for him, however false its foundations, included moments of real happiness. This is not forgiveness or capitulation. It's recognition that Makima, for all her power and manipulation, gave him a life that included food, shelter, companionship, and purpose. Things he never had during those years of poverty and debt. She used him, yes, but she also fed him. She manipulated him, but she also provided stability. The calculus is not simple, and Denji refuses to pretend it is. And then he kills her, not through combat superiority or strategic brilliance, but through an approach so unexpected that even the control devil's capacity for prediction cannot anticipate it. He cuts her body into pieces, carefully, methodically, and then, in an act that would seem insane to anyone not deeply traumatized and emotionally shattered, he cooks her flesh and eats it. This is Denji's solution to the problem of Makima. Consume her completely, not as Chainsaw Man devouring a devil, but as Denji eating a person he had complicated feelings about. The distinction matters. When Chainsaw Man devours devils, they're erased from existence, concepts deleted from reality. But Denji isn't trying to erase the control devil. He's trying to internalize Makima, to make her part of himself, to transform their relationship from manipulator and victim into something he has control over for once. It's grotesque, psychologically disturbing, and completely characteristic of someone whose life has taught him that consumption is how you deal with things you can't otherwise overcome. He spent years starving, learned to view food as the solution to problems, and now he applies that framework to the person who both saved and destroyed him. By eating Makima, he takes her into himself, makes her something he's processed and integrated, rather than something external that controls him. The act is portrayed with disturbing casualness. Denji preparing meals from Makima's flesh, eating methodically, continuing until nothing remains. It's horror presented as mundane, apocalyptic conflict, resolved through cooking and consumption. The symbolism is layers deep. He's eating his devil, consuming his manipulator, internalizing the trauma, making the external threat into something digested and past tense. When it's done, when Makima has been completely consumed, the control devil dies, not erased. The concept of control still exists. Humans still fear domination and loss of autonomy. But this particular manifestation, this specific devil who orchestrated so much horror, is gone. Her consciousness departs toward whatever existence devils experience after death. Her plans concluded through failure. Her power over Denji finally and irreversibly broken. In the aftermath, Denji is left to process what remains of his life. Division 4 is destroyed. His friends are dead. Pochita remains with him, still his heart, still keeping him alive. But the dreams they were supposed to pursue together have been revealed as complicated beyond simple achievement. The toast with jam, the normal life, the simple happiness. These things existed briefly and always within contexts of violence and manipulation that made them provisional rather than stable. Public safety, assessing the aftermath, recognizes that they still need Chainsaw Man. Devils continue to exist. Threats continue to emerge. And Denji remains one of the most powerful assets available to Japan's defense against supernatural threats. But the relationship has changed fundamentally. He's not the naive, grateful boy who accepted employment in exchange for food anymore. He's seen through the manipulation, killed the devil who orchestrated it, and consumed his trauma in the most literal way possible. The organization assigns him a new handler, someone to replace Makima in the bureaucratic structure, though no one can truly replace what she represented in his psychology. This new handler is not the control devil, not someone with supernatural domination abilities, just a government employee tasked with the impossible job of managing someone who has been through more trauma than most humans experience in lifetimes. Denji is given something approaching independence within the framework of continued public safety employment. He still hunts devils because that's his job, and because he has skills suited to it, and because he needs income for food and shelter. But the nature of the relationship is different. Less master and tool, more employer, and unusually dangerous employee. He has leverage now that comes from demonstrated capability and from public safety's recognition that pushing him too far would be counterproductive. The emotional aftermath is complex in ways that Denji struggles to articulate. He's grieving multiple losses simultaneously: Aki, power, Himeno, even Reze in retrospect. He's processing betrayal by the person he trusted most. He's integrating the reality that his entire life since resurrection was constructed by someone who viewed him as a weapon to be wielded rather than a person to be valued. And he's doing all of this with the limited emotional vocabulary and processing capability of someone whose entire psychological development has occurred within contexts of trauma and deprivation. Power's contract with him remains the promise that someday she'll reincarnate and he'll find her again. It's something to hope for in a life that has largely taught him that hope is dangerous. The contract is not controlling or exploitative. It's based on mutual affection between a devil and a human who became friends. Despite all the reasons that should have been impossible, when devils die, they return eventually, and when power returns, she'll have forgotten everything, become a blank slate that could develop into anything. Denji's job will be to find her and help her remember, to give her back the memories of being part of Division 4, of having human friends, of developing quasi-human emotions that made her more than just a predator. The final arc concludes not with triumph or even stable resolution, but with Denji continuing to exist in a world that has taken almost everything from him. He still has Pochita, still has the contract they made in that warehouse. He still has public safety employment, though the nature of that relationship is forever changed. He still has the memory of people who cared about him, even if those people are gone now. And he has Power's contract, the promise of reunion someday, hope packaged as obligation to find his reincarnated friend, Chainsaw Man. Part 1 ends with Denji neither victorious nor defeated, neither happy nor completely broken. He exists in the liminal space of survival without clear purpose, continuing because Pochita's heart keeps beating, and because there's still a contract to fulfill, and because stopping, truly stopping, giving up, accepting finality, would mean betraying everyone who sacrificed themselves so he could keep existing. The simple dreams he started with, toast with jam, hugging a girl, normal life, have been revealed as impossibly complicated. He's achieved versions of them, experienced approximations of the happiness he craved, but always within contexts that made them temporary or false, or paid for with costs that exceeded their value. The lesson Chainsaw Man teaches is not that dreams are impossible, but that achieving them within contexts of violence and manipulation makes them into something other than what was imagined. Denji wanted to show Pochita his dreams. What he showed Pochita instead was a nightmare journey through poverty, death, resurrection, employment, manipulation, friendship, loss, betrayal, and ultimately survival, purchased at costs that compound into debts that can never be fully repaid. The dreams existed in moments, eating good food with friends, joking with power, feeling like he belonged somewhere. But those moments were islands in oceans of horror, brief reprieves in a life structured around violence and loss. The story of Chainsaw Man Part 1 is complete, but Denji's story continues. He is no longer the simple boy who just wanted food and shelter. He's someone who has been through transformation after transformation, literal and psychological, who has been shaped by trauma into something that can survive what should be unsurvivable. The chainsaws that erupt from his body are symbols of his capacity to cut through anything, including his own emotions, processing pain through violence, because that's the only framework his life has taught him works reliably. Pochita's heart continues beating in his chest. The contract remains active, and somewhere in hell, Power's consciousness exists in whatever form devils take between incarnations, waiting to be born again into the human world, waiting for Denji to find her and remind her who she was. It's hope and obligation merged into single commitment, the kind of bond that gives purpose when everything else has been taken away. Makima is gone, consumed, internalized, transformed from external threat into past tense trauma that Denji carries within himself. Literally, having eaten her, made her part of his body. It's the most complete form of victory available to someone whose entire tistu has been about consumption and survival. Who learned during those years of starvation that eating is how you overcome what threatens you, that taking something into yourself gives you control over it in ways that external combat cannot achieve. The control devil will reincarnate eventually. Devils always do, returning when humanity's fears reconstitute them. But this particular manifestation, the one who called herself Makima and orchestrated so much suffering, is ended. When control fear creates a new control devil, it will be different, starting blank without the memories or plans or personality that made Makima what she was. And perhaps someone will find that new devil and teach it different things, create different patterns, ensure it becomes something other than what Makima became. But that's future speculation. In the present, Denji exists with the consequences of everything that has happened. He hunts devils because that's his job. He eats food that tastes less meaningful, without friends to share it with. He sleeps in the same bed, but wakes to an emptier world. He continues because Pochita's heart continues, because Power's contract awaits fulfillment, because stopping would mean accepting that all the loss and trauma was for nothing. The final image of part 1 is Denji continuing forward, not happily, not tragically, but simply continuing, moving through a world that has taught him that survival is its own achievement, regardless of what else is lost in the process. He is ChainSaw Man. He is Denji, and he carries within himself all the contradictions those identities represent. Human and devil, simple and traumatized, hungry for basic happiness, but too damaged to accept it when offered. Pochita's promise, "Show me your dreams," echoes through everything. The dreams were shown in fragmented pieces, in moments between violence. They were complicated by reality, destroyed by manipulation, revealed as more difficult to achieve than the starving boy in that warehouse could have imagined. But they were shown. Pochita saw them through Denji's eyes, experienced them through their shared existence, and that, perhaps, is enough. Not the dreams as imagined, but the dreams as actually experienced. Messy, painful, beautiful in moments, tragic in others, real in ways that fantasy never is. ChainSaw Man, Part 1 concludes. The curtain falls on this chapter of Denji's existence, and somewhere in the distance, Part 2 begins. New challenges emerging, old promises awaiting fulfillment, the cycle continuing because devils and humans exist in perpetual conflict, and because ChainSaw Man, for all his trauma and all his losses, continues to exist within that conflict, cutting through whatever stands in his way, surviving when survival should be impossible, showing Pochita dreams that are nightmares, that are reality, that are, ultimately, life as it actually exists, rather than as it was imagined during those desperate years of poverty and hunger. The story of the simple boy who just wanted toast with jam has become the story of the devil-human hybrid who consumed his trauma, internalized his enemies, and continues existing in a world that takes everything while demanding he keep fighting. It's not the story he wanted, but it's the story that happened. And Denji, holding Pochita's heart in his chest, Power's blood in his veins, and Aki's memory in whatever approximation of soul his hybrid existence possesses, moves forward into whatever comes next. Part 1 is complete. The dreams were shown, the price was paid, and ChainSaw Man continues.